to our 6th Annual India Leadership Summit. I'm Maliki Nugent. I'm the Vice President for Financial Services at USISPF. It's wonderful to be back here in New Delhi at the start of the festive season, lead up to Diwali. And I'm privileged to have the opportunity to welcome you all here this afternoon on behalf of the U.S.-India Strategic Partnership Forum. We're delighted to have with us today a distinguished gathering of business leaders and visionaries, people who have traveled near and far, all with the same vision, elevating the strategic partnership between our two great democracies. We have a packed agenda today as we explore new opportunities to strengthen U.S. partnership across a diverse mix of sectors, from supply chains to technology to defense. And above all, we remember that people are at the heart of this relationship. So to kick off our summit and officially commence the program, it's my honor to invite Dr. Mukesh Aghi, President and CEO of USISPF, to deliver the welcoming remarks. Mukesh.
Thank you, Maliki. I think you can do better. Good afternoon, everybody. That's great. Thank you. It's good to be in Delhi. Wonderful autumn day here. But more important is we are celebrating our 8th anniversary. I do recall when we launched 8 years ago, it was this room. John and I, we came in and launched the organization. And I think last 8 years, we have seen tremendous amount of energy build in. But more important is we have a stellar board, and I just like to say thank you to the board. And a lot of them have flown in from across the world for the session. And also I'd like to say thank you to the members, because I think without your support, we wouldn't be there where we are today. So once again, thank you. But more important is when I look at the relationship, it is moving in a very, very positive direction. Geopolitically, when you look at US-India, we have the Quad relationship on the Indo-Pacific, which is the Australia, Japan, India, and the US. And that's getting much more structured. And when you look at those four countries' economy is roughly around $35 trillion. And they're collaborating, cooperating in secure supply chain, in cyber, in artificial intelligence, in quantum side, and going beyond that. And then when you look at on the Middle East side, we have the I2U2, which is Israel, UAE, India, United States. And that alliance kind of have slowed down, especially after the war in the Middle East. But I strongly believe that geopolitically, it is in India's US interest to collaborate more and more. And then after the G20, India announced the IMAC, along with the US, which is India, Middle East, European corridor. And this is the old Silk Route, where basically goods from India used to go down all the way to the Europe itself. And the objective was to build now a digital corridor, build an education corridor, build a skill corridor on that route itself. So geopolitically, what we are seeing is this tremendous collaboration, cooperation taking place between India and the United States. Now, when you go to the second side, which is basically on the trade side, I do recall in 2014, then we hosted Vice President Biden, and he said the challenge is how do we take this trade to $500 billion? And I think the challenge still stays. Yes, we have crossed $200 billion, but more important is how do we take it to $500 billion? And I think that's where we can see as the India's economy goes from $4 to $5 trillion. One of the biggest job creators is going to be exports, because we have a challenge, and the challenge is how do we create 1.2 million jobs a month? And unless we are able to meet that objective, we will start seeing some kind of social unrest among the youth itself. And we saw during the Agniveer issue how some of the young people reacted. So I think it's important to keep on driving that trade objective of $500 billion moving forward. Then I think the third partnership we are seeing, which has moved very well, is on technology side. India and the US are collaborating in every aspect of technology, not only just here about space, mission to moon, on the AI side. And then it's important to understand what we are seeing is the large algorithms are going to be built in the US, but the data is going to come from the India side. When you have 1.4 billion people, the data is tremendous. When you look at the digital side, the payment system, how people are switching into that environment, you're seeing more and more data coming in. So I think the collaboration in that space is happening. We're seeing more and more US companies setting up global capability centers here, almost now 1,600, exporting roughly $125 billion worth of exports, and substantial amount of IP is being generated on those capability centers. Then moving on to the people to people, what we have is in the US now we have around 5 million Indian Americans, roughly generating around, roughly 1.5% of the total population of the US, but they're generating 6% of the GDP. So basically what we are seeing is the capacity and capability on the economic front. Indians are moving ahead of the curve and driving the economic agenda. So in every aspect, from people to people, economic, technologically, and also in the geopolitically, these two countries are aligned. Yes, we have our road bumps, we have our challenges, but we keep on working with that. And what we see with this government, last 10 years, they have stepped up. They have basically worked with us to make sure that there is much more ease of doing business, ensure that the US companies are able to come in and create jobs, manufacture, and be able to generate more and more export capability. And we have our members who are basically building factories across India for the global market itself. So I think these are exciting times. In fact, we just finished a session with CNBC, and they're talking about decade of India. And our reaction, this is not just a decade of India, this is a century which belongs to India. And this is a tremendous opportunity, especially when you look at the energy of the youth, the startups we're building up in these economies. So we're privileged to be part of this journey. We're privileged to partner with you and look forward to successful execution of the partnership between the two countries. But more important, enjoy the session. We have people who are coming from states. We have ministers coming in. We have senior bureaucrats coming in. And make sure that you interact with them and be able to contribute to this partnership. Once again, thank you and welcome. Have a good day.
Thank you, Dr. Aghi. And now it's my pleasure to introduce Mr. John Chambers, Chairman of USISPF and the founder and CEO of JC2 Ventures, for some opening remarks.
Thank you. I've been coming to India for 40 years, and India always had such promise and opportunities. And at a point in time, I made a decision. I fell in love with this country, with the people. And I made a decision to make Cisco's second world headquarters here in India, located 25,000 people here, not as an opportunity to save cost per capita, but looked more in terms of innovation for this country. And for many years, there was just something missing about the country taking off. We were a slow follower, great engineering talent, wonderful people, youth that was there. But it was when Prime Minister Modi came into office, every time that I look at a company that I sell to, and I love to sell, as most of you know, but I look at the leader, does she or he really get it? Do they understand the speed of transformation that's about to occur? And are they able to articulate it in a way you can use technology to make a difference in? And literally, almost 10 years ago, when Prime Minister Modi came into office, I had a chance to listen to him, talk about what he was doing. And all of a sudden, I realized this would be the future of India. And we got behind, not as saying here's a business opportunity to do something together, but here's an opportunity to change a country. And I felt that he would be the leader for the next 5 years and would do an amazing job of transforming the country. We made some progressive comments at that time. We said that we felt by working very tightly with the US and India in a way that's never been done before, we could change a country and to the benefit of both sides. Thank you. To the benefit of both sides in terms of how you make this a winning capability. And so for the first 5 years, I would argue this administration did an amazing job of setting the stage for the decade and being the fastest growing economy in the world. The next 5 years, I think they set the stage for the next 25 years. And if you watch Digital India, it was not just a dream. It was an understanding of where the market would go. And the future would be how you use technology and AI together for the future. Then you begin to think about what's now happening. And I could not agree with Mukesh's comments more. This is India's century. But by working in a unique way between America and India, in a way that has never been done before, with government leaders, business leaders, the average citizens, the academics to a common dream, you could be the model for the rest of the world. I think by working together in economic terms, we could probably grow India's GDP 2% more a year than we could otherwise, in the US 1% more. But what we're really talking about is job creation and innovation for the long term. I fell in love with this country because of what we could do for society and to really make a difference. I watch how quickly innovation can occur. And if you want to know about innovation, what do you look at? You look at startups. The startup dream, and remember just 10 to 12 years ago, very little startups in India. Literally in the last period of time from 2015 to 2022, investments in startups went up by 15x. And you suddenly saw a foundation, not for the next 5 years, but for the next 25 years, because it takes startups almost 10 years before they really get the economic growth. You began to see a change that was about India's future. Fast forward to today, this country has 127,000 startups. They are the fastest growing unicorns in the world. 17% of all IPOs this last year for the world were done in this country. So suddenly you see both sides understand what we could do together. It capped in terms of, in my opinion, the crossing the chasm moment was when President Biden and Prime Minister Modi came together in Washington. And they said, this is the most strategic relationship that's ever been done. That was our dream, Mukesh, nearly 10 years ago. The people in this room helped make it happen. And for that, I want to thank you. Now, it'd be so easy to declare victory and say we're in good shape and let's just continue doing what we are. I think we are not dreaming big enough. I think when you look at this country, what's going to happen, in my opinion, by the end of this century, it won't just be India's century. India will be literally 100% bigger than China on GDP. Per capita income growth, standard of living will go faster in this country than in any other country in the world during this time period. And India will be 33% bigger than the US. But the primary challenge on that is now about execution. How do we understand how we execute toward this common dream? How do we think more? And for the people in this room, we need to think about how do we get FDI investment of $100 billion a year. We need that. How do we take what has occurred at a national level and bring it down to each of the 29 states? How do we focus on how we take this dream and digitization to the next level? So I just want to thank you for being a small part of your dream. But I'm going to challenge us. I think we can dream bigger. How many of us think we will be the #1 economy in the world? Really believe it? How many people would have said that 10 years ago? Now what I want us to do is challenge ourselves for the next 10 years. How will we make it happen? So with that, Mukesh, I want to turn back to you. It is an honor being your wingman. I want to thank you and Gaurav and Nivi for what you do. And if I can ask everybody to please join me in thanking the USISPF team for just a tremendous job. Alex, my friend, how are you doing? Good to see you.
Thank you, John. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to invite Shri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister of Education, to the stage. I would also like to request Mr. Marvin Krislov, President of Pace University, Mr. Ryan Roslansky, CEO of LinkedIn, and Mr. Yezdi Nagpurawala, CEO of KPMG India, to join the Honorable Minister. And lastly, let me welcome Mr. Som Satsangi, Managing Director for India of HPE, to introduce the Honorable Minister and provide scene-setting remarks.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's indeed my pleasure to honor and welcome all of you for this very critical discussion, as Mukesh and John already spoke, that shaping the future of workforce and transforming education and enhancing the US-India tie on the skill development. As Mukesh mentioned, how important it critical is that if we are to generate 1.2 million jobs every month, it's not going to be easy for any organization to take on those things. As Mukesh also mentioned, that we stand at the cusp of the new era, and one defined the rapid technological advancement, which is evolving industries in the AI space and many other quantum computing and other area. And decision what we are going to be making today in education and skill development is going to create a huge impact on the generation to come. Now, as we all know that India aspired to become a Viksit Bharat, a developed nation by 2047, this ambitious goal hinges on equipping its young Indians and population with the skill and knowledge to thrive in the 21st century. But the world is changing with an unprecedented pace. The job of tomorrow will demand expertise in emerging technologies, the areas which today we don't have the expertise. And in order to create that things and to access the cutting edge of technology, innovative learning environment, and education opportunity that are often unequally distributed currently in India. The solution lies in embracing the transformative power of digitization in education. Just imagine a future where geography no longer holds opportunity, learning is personalized for every student, and classroom but with engagement fueled with the real-time feedback and collaborative tool that empower both student and educators. Hence, the need to focus digitally empowered education system. These programs represents some of these crucial investment in India, like the investment which government has made it in National Mission in Education through ICT, National Digital University, PM E-Vidya, Diksha, and many other sources. Now, the US and India are already laying the groundwork for the future-ready workforce through the multiple initiatives. One such initiative is on ISET, and also India-US Working Group on Education and Skill Development. This partnership holds even greater potential by depending collaboration in the area like advanced manufacturing, emerging technology. The US and India can unlock real newer opportunities and for the economic growth and job creation. With this, I would like to welcome Honorable Minister of Education, Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan, under whose leadership India has made many strides. He is a strong advocate for education reform and a driving force behind India's development initiative. He is instrumental in bringing the gap between academia and industry, ensuring our education system is aligned with the demand of 21st century requirement. In his previous role as Minister for Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, he spearheaded the launch of the Skill India Digital Initiative Program, a significant step forward in enhancing skill development and entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, it's immense pleasure that we are having with us Honorable Shri Dharmendra Prasad ji on stage. Thank you very much, sir, for being present with us today, and we obviously looking forward for your valuable insight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Som. That was quite good. Good afternoon, Honorable Minister, Sir Pradhan. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and my fellow panelists. I have the pleasure today for the next half an hour of interacting with the panelists. And as you would expect, I'd like to start with Minister Pradhan. Sir, you know the National Education Policy 2020 was set out with a certain vision. It is 4 years old, it's 4 years effective, but we'd love to hear from you what the next 4 years holds with that policy, and especially in light of the disruption that's taking place, in light of the transformation that's taking place, as well as to the industry.
Thank you. I am thankful to SPF for inviting me in their leadership summit. And today, you have organized such a effective panel to discuss one of the important topic of the entire humanity. And in the light of that, when we're discussing in the platform from Delhi, in the background of India's young population, and today, you have rightly mentioned, this year is the 5th year of NEP implementation. We have completed 4 years. For me, NEP is a philosophical document to produce, to create globally responsible citizens. Because India is a country of young population. For next around 3 decades, that demographic dividend will be with India, that advantage will be with India. And being a thinking society, we have to have a progressive policy on area of education, an area of knowledge. For me, the primary focus of NEP 2020 is to create a vision, create a confidence among the citizens of this country, among the youngsters of the country. Till now, we all are focused, our education is centering around to having a degree, having a certificate. Prime Minister Modi is clearly emphasized in one area, degree and certificates are important, but competency is more important than degree and certificate. With this background in the disruptive time, the way you have mentioned, we have completed 4 years. Within this 4 years, we have lost exactly 1.5 years in the COVID preparation, COVID effect. You see, when human being, when human population push to the world, they come out with new innovations. The penetration of digital education in India, it is not a new subject in India, but during this last 4 years, there is a new set of digital education ecosystem in India. India is embracing new technologies for its communication, for its teachers' competency, for its pedagogy, for its curriculum, for its high-end research, for skilling. Another important feature of NEP is to create employability education. Till now, degrees are only for enlightenment. Now, looking into our requirement of job, and in the present time, innovation, new technologies, high-speed disruptive ideas, we all are affected by that situation. We have to reskill, upskill, and skill the entire student community, entire youngsters, and entire population in a way. We have to prepare our society, and NEP 2020 is giving emphasis on this area. Another area of priority in NEP 2020 is to having global standard research, tie up with institutions, tie up with new areas, tie up with, you have mentioned rightly, ISET is one of the by mutually agreed intellectual instrument between India and USA. Such more engagements are now happening in India in the light of NEP 2020. Another area, being aspirational society, our student community is always look towards the future. We have to, through our NEP, we have to give opportunity to all our youngsters, equitable education, inclusive education, affordable education, and quality education. Now India is opening its education policy. We're inviting foreign university to come to India, open their campuses in India. You asked in the onset of the discussion, we all have aware about this fact. Sizable Indian students are going to overseas for study. Around 1 million youngsters are going to the different part of the world for the higher studies. But in India, there are 40 million students, those who are involved in higher education. 260 million school students are there. Putting together, 300 million students are there in our country today. We have to provide opportunity to our students of global standard. One of the priority area of our education system is to tie up and network and to invite foreign universities to our country to have a quality and global standard of education. Doing all these things, we have to keep in mind the present challenge. Present challenge is, if I cite one example, sustainability is a challenge. Disruptive technology is another challenge. How can we find out way in all this through digitization? All these features are there in NEP, and I am confident, for me, this is a philosophical document. This document is going to have a global impact. We're confident to successfully implement that policy in our country. Teacher, student, parents, and overall society, through a very vast consultative process, we have envisioned this document. We're implementing this document, policy, and I'm confident in our country, after independence, after preparation of our constitution, this is the second document I can say there is a near total consensus how to move forward, how to face the challenge of 21st century. The policy has a economic impact, the policy has a human impact, the policy has a very philosophical impact on the entire humanity.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to switch to Ryan. Ryan, when I educated myself, it was education and industry running parallel. And gradually over the last perhaps 2 or 3 decades, technology became the third dimension. And then you had disruptive technology coming in. We'd love to hear your thoughts on the emerging tech and the impact it has on the workforce today, as well as the immediate future.
Well, thanks again. It's a pleasure to be here, especially on stage with 2 other people who, like I do, share the common goal of creating economic opportunity. That's why we are up here today. And it's such a prescient question. As we move forward in this technology paradigm shift, where AI is playing much more of a role that will change the way that we work, the way that we live, the way that we interact as human beings, it's only natural to ask what impact is AI going to have on the workforce. And the truth is, AI is going to change the way all of our jobs work. But in that change also comes great opportunity for new opportunities to emerge as well. Just as the Industrial Revolution brought about new roles that a farmer of the 18th century could have never imagined, so too will AI create opportunities that none of us in this room can imagine today. And as the CEO of LinkedIn, I spend a lot of time thinking about this. And I start from the position in the framework that AI can be used to increase productivity. It can be used to expand the labor pool. It's something that should be thought of as growth instead of something that should be feared. But it is scary in certain times. And hopefully many of you in this room have the blue LinkedIn app on your phone and use it to connect with people and find opportunity. Thank you, Mr. Chambers. 280,000 followers, congratulations, that's amazing. Underneath that blue app, though, is what we call the economic graph. It's the digital mapping of over 1.1 billion professionals, 65 million companies, 20 million jobs at any given time, all the skills necessary to get those jobs, and the coursework necessary to get the skills to get those jobs. And it's a vibrant graph. It updates roughly 5 million times per minute, which gives us real-time insight into what's happening across the global labor market. And there's two very important insights that I think are relevant to the change that we're going through. Right now, for example, in India, if you take the same exact role that exists today versus 2015, the same exact job title, the skills that are necessary to do that job have changed by 40% just since 2015. And we project that that will change up to 70% by 2030. Whether or not you're changing jobs, your job is changing on you right now. And while that may be scary, the framing that we use to understand that and what that's going to mean for every professional in the world is to take your current job and not think about it as a job title, but as a set of tasks that need to be done. Everyone's job in this room is just a set of tasks that need to be done. When you understand those tasks, you can then understand the ability for AI to automate those tasks. If your job is just a set of automatable tasks, you need to start looking for a new job. And it turns out that across every job title and every category on LinkedIn, we've done that math to understand what it's going to look like. And we exist as a platform to help the world of those people whose jobs are just automatable tasks to find new jobs. But the majority of people whose job is going to have certain tasks automated, upskill in those tasks to be more productive and successful moving forward.
Thank you, Ryan. We are fortunate to have Marvin with us to give us academia point of view. We've been listening to terms like reskilling, learning, unlearning, and things like that. What would be your views from a university standpoint, given what Minister Pradhan and Ryan just told us?
Well, first of all, I want to say how grateful I am to be part of this conference. I just walked off the plane a few hours ago, so forgive me if not all the neurons were firing, but I really think this is a wonderful organization, and I'm very pleased to be part of it. And I think all of us agree that education is probably the key for most people to the kind of economic transformation that we want to have. And for India, it's particularly exciting to see this country really coming alive with education. In the United States, what we do at my university, which is roughly 14,000 students, with our main campus right near Wall Street, right near the tech center of the city, what we do is we really work with a lot of students, many of whom are first generation and working class families, to give them the skills they need that will not only get them the first job, but will get them a lifetime of jobs. And that's what we believe in. And I think that the powerful part of education is that it not only gets you connected to people, but also teaches you how to think critically and analytically. And that's why international education, which is, I think, becoming more and more part of the package that every educated person should have, is becoming very essential. Whether it's having an experience of studying abroad, whether it's interacting with people from different countries, whether it's doing it virtually, it is really essential to everyone's education now, whether you're in India or in the United States. And in terms of reskilling or upskilling, again, that's part of the story too for many people, particularly people who are coming back to college either after absence or perhaps coming back for a second degree or a graduate degree. But I do want to say, and I think I heard this in the new education policy as well, this can be a degree or it can be a certificate. And I think we all believe that we in education need to be more flexible in the way we deliver education, whether it's virtually, whether it's for a full-on degree, whether it's for certificate, or even some short programs, and that we all have to adapt to the world we live in, and that means delivering it in different ways and in different forms than we have previously.
Thank you, Marvin. I'm going to go back to Minister Pradhan. So you will agree that India is known for its talent. It's our asset. We are very proud of it. You'll also agree that India is known for its digitization and the strides we're taking in it. What are your thoughts on marrying the two and turning us into a different workforce?
Thank you for a very important question you raised. How do you have a alliance or marriage between dialect, language, and technology? I think LinkedIn can answer that in more professionally because they are one of the beneficiary. I hope you must have a Hindi translation system in your because this is the need of the market, need of the time. NEP is giving not only NEP has prioritized that. In India, we believe the critical thinking will come from the more understanding in the mother tongue. If you understand the concept of a thing in your mother tongue, now I am speaking in English. I am thinking in Odia, my mother tongue. I am framing the sentence through Hindi. And I am speaking in English. My natural AI is synchronizing and today, how do I see the thing? In India, the difficult time, my economic growth rate is around 7 and 8%, the GDP. And there is a global consensus for the next 20-25 years, India will be the growth engine of the entire global economy. What I have to do, how it is related to dialect, Indian language, local language, and technology. During Corona period, I saw, in the lockdown was there, I saw a boy from my native area, from my constituency, a tribal boy. I saw he became an internet sensation. What was he doing? Through technology, through his smartphone, he became a YouTuber. He runs a reality show, being a tribal boy in the forest. He was showing how I am going to forest, how I am having jackfruit, I am having mango from the natural process. That became a very interesting case study because he was basically tribal boy, native was Odia, but he can speak in Hindi. Language has no barrier. There are 22 scheduled languages in India. NEP is giving importance to all the 22 languages. Beyond that, NEP is recommending to produce more primer to have a link between more than 100 local language dialects. And now in India, technology adaptability is phenomenal. You just go to if you can greatly analyze in detail analyze the LinkedIn's rural market area, the tier 2, tier 3 market area, the Facebook, the YouTube, Insta. These are all technology of communication. Who are the user of these platforms? Primarily non-English, non-Hindi speaking people. That means there's a big aptitude, big appetite in the language area, in the local language area, in the vernacular area to adopt the technology. Now, for my understanding, my present understanding, they all are primarily related to entertainment. Now, there's a second wave which is coming up, how to learn the skills, how can we become reskill on the particular trade, how can we upskill ourselves through a technology. For India, as I said, around 30 million is student community in India. Beyond that, additionally, Indian workforce is around 500 million. Now 30 million is 300 million students and 500 million workforce. if I have to now see the digital stack in India. Through DBT, we are giving payment to almost all the workforce through their bank account. That means Indian economy, Indians' job profile, India's communication, primarily on the internet, primarily on few years ago, mobile telephone was meant for talking, for communication, for the verbal communication. Now mobile phone is meant for data exchange. If I can say, India has truly democratized its communication network through internet, through smartphone to the grassroots. So education, skilling and adaptability of language and technology. India is a case study, and I am confident in the future through government policy, through society's urge, through our youngsters' desire. India is going to create a new model, and today lot of good signs are there in the countryside.
Thank you, Minister. I'm going to briefly turn to Marvin and ask him an obvious question. Today we have traffic between the US and India for higher education. You will agree it's a little lopsided. There is a bit of an imbalance in this trade.
I'm here.
What are your thoughts on,
Yes.
on how do we bring some kind of a balance and make it a two-way traffic?
Yes. So I actually was talking to the ambassador this morning, and I think he and I share a view that we can do better at having Americans come and study here. I think India is a very dynamic, exciting opportunity for students to come and faculty to do research. And I think particularly as we think about some of the important global problems we have, for instance, climate change. I mean, what better place to come and study than to be in India, or what artificial intelligence? I mean, healthcare. There are just many, many, many global problems that can be worked on collaboratively. I think that practically speaking, it probably is good to think about it not only as having Americans come and study for 4 years or whatever, but to think about 2+2 programs, shorter programs, programs that are more flexible. And I think that Indian institutions, and we were talking with our partners from OB Jindal about this morning, I think that Indian institutions will probably need to work to thinking about facilities and resources that will cater to the American audience, because the truth is American students are used to a certain type of facility and a type of support, including mental health support and other student services. And so that's part of the discussion, and we're having that with our partners, and I think that's a discussion that can take place nationwide as well.
Thank you. Ryan, you mentioned emerging skills. And so simply, what skills does one need today to get a job at LinkedIn?
Hindi. I mean, it's a good question. A question that I'm asked frequently is, what are the skills that are going to be necessary for the future of work? And I think it's a really important question. And actually, I think maybe, the way I think about it a lot is I have an 18-year-old daughter who's a fresher in college, and her and her friends were around the dining room table a few months ago asking me the question, what should we study? Should we study coding? Should we study humanities? Like, what's going to even matter 10 years from now? And maybe I can share what I told them a little bit, which is that, especially, the younger generation right now, you're entering a world that is brimming with unbelievable technology and change, once in a lifetime technology and change. And with that change right now, I believe comes remarkable opportunity to shape what the future of work and the workforce is going to look like. But there's three things I told them to focus on. First and foremost, the most important skill that matters in my view right now is quite simply learning how to learn. Adaptability. When some of these new tools come out, Copilot, ChatGPT, whatever it might be, just learn them, play with them, learn how to learn, because in a world that's going to continuously be adapting, that can be one of the most competitive advantages, is your ability to understand and want to pursue and learn new things. Number two, don't forget the human component. Empathy, compassion, ethical judgment. These are critically important. AI is not going to take over everything. So if you can be really strong in some of those human skills, I believe it can be a real competitive advantage, for anyone looking to enter the workforce. And then last but not least, especially in the younger generation, some of these problems we're talking about, climate change, healthcare, disease, there are now technologies that can, for the first time in history, solve these problems on a different level. Use that grit, that desire, that desire to make a better world, applied with these technologies on top of it right now. I think it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. So I think that there's a lot to look forward to in the world, but learning how to learn, being human, and most importantly, dreaming bigger about what this technology can mean for doing good in the world is where I put my focus right now.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
As you would have witnessed, we could talk about this for the next 3 hours, but we have run out of time. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Minister Pradhan. Thank you, Ryan, as well as Marvin. Thanks a lot.
So please join me in thanking Minister Pradhan and the panelists for a thought-provoking discussion on shaping the workforce of tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, as we celebrate the incredible growth of India's startup ecosystem, one sector that stands out is the online gaming industry. Valued at $3.1 billion today and projected to double by 2028, it's powered by 600 million gamers and $2.8 billion in foreign direct investment. Our latest USISPF TMT law report highlights how aligning India's policies could unlock a $60 billion opportunity by 2034, creating millions of jobs and boosting global competitiveness. Now, let's dive deeper into this transformative journey. I ask you please to direct your attention to the screen for a brief video. Ready? Thank you for that. And now moving on, we're delighted to have Shri S. Krishnan, Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, to join us today. Please join me in welcoming Secretary Krishnan on stage. If everyone could please take their seats. Let me also request John Chambers, Mr. Pavan Nanda, co-founder of Winzo Games, and Mr. Bipul Sinha, CEO of Rubrik, and Ms. Shri Bahan, managing editor of CNBC TV 18, to please join us on stage. And may we have the secretary please join us on stage. Thank you.
I thought you were going to go first.
Keynote address.
It's one of the fun things about a startup.
We kind of roll with the punches.
They don't want the government in there in any hurry.
Oh, yes, we do.
We need the government.
We do.
We don't just want the government, we need the government as well. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Many, many thanks for joining us here on this very special conversation on the US-India Startup Corridor and the opportunities that both sides can benefit from. We've got a thriving startup ecosystem in India, which has changed and evolved over the past 2 decades, both in the depth as well as its width. So I think the last 5 years perhaps have been an inflection point, not just in terms of the number of unicorns that have been minted, but also the reality of Indian startup companies listing on Indian markets and looking at global aspirations as well. We've 2023 and 2024 are proving to be blockbuster years in terms of IPOs in India. And the expectation is that this momentum will continue to gather pace. And there are plenty of opportunities now for startups on both the US and the India side to partner together. I'm not going to give you a long preamble because we have an eminent set of panelists here to take the conversation forward. Without further ado, I'm going to start with John Chambers, who's been the perennial India bull and has been looking at India for over 2 decades now. This is his 50th visit, as he keeps reminding me, to India. And John, one of the things that you did pretty early on was spot the Indian startup opportunity. You've got about 22 companies in your portfolio, companies that you've invested in, and many have their imprint and are embedded in India and India's startup ecosystem. Take me through that.
So basically, as I alluded earlier to the comments about India and the education where we made at Cisco, our second world headquarters here, there were just large tech companies, but there were no startups. And I began to see what the talent was like. And so when Prime Minister Modi came in, he issued in a period of innovation and startups and made a Startup India front and center. To answer Shireen's question very directly, I'm an early stage investor. And yet investing in startups out of the 22, I have 9 unicorns, and with a very modest amount of investing. Out of that 9, not by design, but just because the talent I found, 60% of them are headed by the India diaspora, either directly or indirectly, and all of them have either their primary location in India and their secondary location in the US, or the US and then secondary location in India. The average growth rate is over 50%, so the growth rate has been dramatic. Probably 6 of them are AI companies starting. Now all of them are. 8, 9 of them are cybersecurity. But the model here, I think, is just getting started. And you and I, each time we talk, I don't think we're being aggressive enough on how quickly this is going to change this country. It takes you 10 years to 12 years to become a unicorn, and usually 15 to go IPO. That's when you add the head count. So I'm very optimistic about the job creation that would occur. And as I've always said, Shireen, if you're going to bet on one country, bet on India. If you're going to bet twice, bet on India twice. And I really believe that in terms of the startup. So just getting started, but as you said this morning, it's about execution.
It is about execution, and we'll come to execution in just a second. With Secretary Krishnan, let me address that issue with you. The government has also brought in many changes to facilitate investments into Indian startups, remove some of the long-standing irritants like the angel tax, which has finally been done away with this budget. But, you know, the road ahead now, in terms of building on the momentum that you already have, what are the next steps that you're looking at?
I think fundamentally what happens with startups, and you have to figure out which are the sectors they're going to grow in. And clearly technology is one of the big sectors. And in technology, you know, because it's fundamentally about innovation, and it's about bringing in new ways of doing things. It's about ideas, fundamentally. And that's why what we can do to enthuse more people to break through into startups in the innovation space is crucial. And that technology could overlay any other sector. It could be service delivery, it could be manufacturing, it could be a range of things. And there we have to operate at 2 or 3 levels. One part of it, I think, which is very interesting, is ways in which we are able to invest with startups, and the scale at which we are able to invest has changed significantly. Under the National Quantum Mission, under the India AI Mission, and also under the India Semiconductor Mission. All 3 are in the space of deep tech. We are talking about governments taking larger and larger bets, and the amount could go as high as 50 crore rupees, and which is pretty big for a startup, because today, you know, you're really scrounging around for 10 lakhs and 20 lakhs, but that's about 1 million rupees and 2 million rupees as grants, and suddenly you're up to about almost 500 million rupees, which the government is prepared to put in either as a grant or as an equity. Increasingly, the thinking also is to move into an equity kind of format. So I think laying bigger bets is one of the key elements. Focusing it in sectors where it can make the crucial difference in innovation space is the second part. Third part is also focusing on ways in which we can actually look to see whether subsequently there could be a large market which government itself can provide in terms of government
As the procurer.
as a procurer of services. And so these are the three areas which we need to completely streamline. And I think work on all of these three sectors has started, and some of the results are showing through.
You know, you talked about looking at equity financing as well. What do you believe could be the impediments or the deterrents or the challenges when we talk about the government looking at equity financing of startups?
See, I mean, it's government is an interesting place. You know, you can make a grant of any amount to anybody and write it off, and nobody is going to ask you a question, because the Constitution says that the government.
I want to be in your business.
I mean, the point here is very simple. The point here is that there is a provision in the Constitution which says that from the budget, whether it is a state government or a central government, you can make a grant in aid. So it's an interesting thing. It is only when you try to buy something that you're tied up in all kinds of knots. If I decide that I want to give somebody some money, and the sovereign authority, which is either the legislature decides, yes, this money is provided in the budget as a grant, and the executive then decides that by a due process that this will be provided as a grant, you can't question it. Even the CNAG cannot question it. I mean, that is the provision.
That's what you hope. That's what you hope.
No. I mean, it's fairly clear. It has to be in pursuance of public policy.
Right.
And there has to be there's a way in which you can actually get that done. On the other hand, if you decide to buy something, whether it is shares or whether it is services, then you have to answer a lot more questions in terms of whether you got the value for money for it, whether you got other aspects, whether that was the most reasonably priced thing, or was there an alternative which you could have bought. All of those questions have to be answered only if you are buying something of value. So that is where the
challenge will lie.
The challenge arises, because how do you then determine that this is the best value that you're getting? So you have to then write up public policy in such a way that for these reasons and for these considerations, we believe that supporting a startup at this stage is a good thing to do. Second thing is, we'll have to figure out another way of trying to see whether we can actually support a startup in terms of an equity investment. Because, see, in the old days, a lot of equity investment was made, but all of it was made at face value, right? So it was easy saying you're just buying it at face value. Today you have to buy it at a valuation. And if you're buying it at a valuation in a startup, it's not as part of an IPO, it's not as part of the open process. You're buying it based on somebody's subjective evaluation of what the value is going to be. And that opens up the issue. So one way of trying to do that could eventually be whether you can do it as co-investment. You sort of support somebody else you're investing alongside another venture fund or somebody else, saying, you know, at the same valuation that X person is getting it, I will also get it.
I agree.
Yeah.
So that is, you have to find mechanisms of doing it. The reason why it's important is that, you know, it's fiscally also more sound, because what it does is it gives you a reasonable chance of getting back at least some of that money to invest in newer startups. And that, I think, is significant.
Well, I'll come to the three missions that you spoke of in just a second and talk about the execution roadmap. But Bipul, I want to come to you first, because it's been 10 years since you decided to start Rubric, which is in the space of cybersecurity and cyber resilience. And of course, it took you 10 years to IPO, and congratulations on that. But let's talk about the startup story from North Bihar to IIT Kharagpur to the US to venture capital, and then deciding to start up yourself in 2014.
So we started our business in 2014, and back then the capital was in somewhat abundance, and we took ample advantage of that opportunity to grow the business fast, and made a lot of mistakes along the way. But this whole idea of starting a company came because I was in venture capital, and I felt that sitting on the sideline and clapping when entrepreneurs are running, it was not being in the trenches with them. So the idea was that can we create an enduring institution that will last longer than my own professional career. And one of the justification that I gave to myself is that if you ask around who was the funder of Microsoft, nobody would know. But who was the founder of Microsoft, everybody would know. So to really create an impact and create lasting impact was with being a startup. I grew up in India and grew up in northern Bihar in 70s and 80s, and just seeing these forums and the energy and excitement in the Indian ecosystem is just unreal for me. Yes. I mean, I could never have thought in my wildest dream that we'll talk about a startup and investment and venture capital, because that was not even in the subject that we studied back then. But coming back to Rubric, it's been a tremendous experience. We started the business, 4 of us, all 4 Indian guys from 4 different IITs, with one room with a whiteboard where we started the business. In 10 years, we went from 4 of us to over 3,200 people. Product is in 60 countries. We have operations in 20 countries. We have more than 6,000 customers. We just went public. We did our second quarter earnings. We guided the market to over $1 billion in ARR, which we achieved in 8 years of selling. So a lot has happened, but this whole IPO experience and doing non-deal roadshow, and I was telling Michael about my IPO experience of like doing roadshow and getting money from investors and how they think and what they expect. Yeah. It's been an eye-opening experience for me. And in some ways, startup, you are living in this kind of isolated space and protected environment. And going to public market is really going out there and being exposed, and then you have to show what you're doing every quarter, and showing the number is a new discipline, is a new practice, and we are still learning the ropes.
Yeah, yes, I would imagine that it's in many ways, it's starting up all over again with a public market mentality and a public market mindset. But I'll come to the India connection in just a bit, because out of that 3,000 people that you spoke of, about 900 are here in India for you, right?
Absolutely. India, for us, is became a very strategic investment. So we hired one of my batchmates to start India office, and it was experimental in 2017, and he kept hiring people and kept starting like different departments in India. Today, over 900 people in India. We do engineering, product, customer success, customer support, sales, marketing, sales enablement, accounting,
and
finance.
It's not because of cost arbitrage.
No, we are purely for talent. In fact, we say that our Palo Alto engineering team is equal, if not better. Sorry, India engineering team is equal, if not better than our Palo Alto team. So, and also the drive of the team in India and just the bubbling energy is actually making the whole company excited. In fact, 2 years ago, I brought my whole executive team to India. The idea was to get India team excited and show them that we care about you and we are here for you. On our flight back, everybody unanimously said that we came here to inspire India team, and we got inspired by India team. That how much more
how much more can be done?
Exactly.
And I'll come back to how much more can be done. But Pavan, let me come to you. Winzo's in the gaming space, and I don't remember ever a time when we've had the Prime Minister speak about an industry, and he specifically called out the gaming industry twice from the ramparts of the Red Fort in his address to the nation, talking about the opportunities that the gaming industry presents. Let's talk about that. You started in 2018, so really a startup in that sense, and you're looking at servicing the world from India in the gaming arena. Let's talk about that aspiration.
Thank you, Shri. Firstly, I would like to extend my immense gratitude to USISPF for providing me this space next to such fine dignitaries. Also, Shireen, I'm also completing 10 years of entrepreneurship. You were just discussing backstage. Back in 2014, when I started my first startup called Zostel from IIM Calcutta with a bunch of my batchmates, Shireen and team covered us at Young Turks. Yes. It's been a journey since then. We ran that venture for about 4 years before selling it off and starting Winzo in 2018. It's been an incredible journey. Of course, there are a bunch of macro elements that have come into play in our success. Firstly, there is the triage of smartphone penetration, cheapest data, and UPI. I think that these three trio has really unlocked a macro level opportunity for us. Over and above that, the Startup India initiative from the government has really accelerated the way startup ecosystem is accelerating. I think for us, our business, I mean, now we are witnessing true innovation, right? I mean, if you look at 10-minute delivery, this is something that is not happening anywhere. You know, India is the only place where 10-minute delivery is possible. Our own venture, which basically is like a gaming platform, we integrate third-party gaming companies, all sorts of games, and we basically, our expertise is to monetize, you know, a very difficult sector, which is games, you know, with the help of microtransactions, where, you know, you can play a game of chess, carom, by paying as low as 1 rupee, would not have been possible without UPI. UPI is enabling Winzo, and I mean, you know, I think if you would have been building Winzo in any other part of the world, it could have been difficult to sort of achieve this kind of business model itself. And of course, it's been a great journey. Of course, you know, for last 6 years, we've been scaling. We've got about 200 million users, millions of microtransactions. India is all about numbers, right? We filed about 20 patents. One out of every 200 UPI transactions that happen in India happens on Winzo. And we are not a payments platform. We are just a gaming product. All of that got a massive boost, you know, when the Honorable Prime Minister himself gave a clarion call this Independence Day, when he said, we all know that India is the biggest consumer of games in the world, but now we want Indians and Indian entrepreneurs to make games for the world. And not just that, by making those games, we need to also push for Indian culture, heritage, folklore, and get those content out there in the world for others to consume, and also get a hint of Indian culture. I think in parallel, we've been building some great initiatives. For example, Bharat Tech Triumph. We have run 3 seasons of Bharat Tech Triumph, as a part of which we basically shortlist the best gaming entrepreneurs in India and make them represent India at GDC in US, or, you know, set up India pavilions in all over the world. I think this has come in just at the right time for us in the form of government.
Absolutely, and you know, as I said, you're looking at servicing the world, and that is the aspiration. But Mr. Krishnan, you know, I don't know if the Prime Minister made a call to the Revenue Department or not, as far as the 28% GST on online gaming on real money games is concerned, because that has thrown the industry into a bit of a flux. But on the larger note, I think policy predictability and tax predictability has been an issue, not just for startups, but for the Indian economic landscape for a long time now. And I would imagine that continues to, in some shape or form, be an irritant that I'm sure the USISPF has brought to your doorstep as well. You know, as you look ahead, what do you believe are the unfinished reform measures that still need to be addressed to provide that facilitative environment?
You know, I mean, reform is an ongoing process. So I think every economy in the world is constantly looking to see what aspect they need to reform. So in India, as in anywhere else in the world, I think reform is an ongoing, unfinished business at all times. There are clearly certain elements that we have to sort of build more efficiency on. Oftentimes, they're more about, you know, certain practices in taxation and certain practices in the way that certain liabilities are determined is much more of an issue than the actual rates of taxation and so on. So those are issues which we constantly take up with the Department of Revenue and the Ministry of Finance with a fair bit of traction. And there is, I think, a general openness to address these issues, and this happens on an ongoing basis. But, you know, this is like a funnel effect. There's a lot of input, a number of issues come in, and it needs to go through a fairly narrow funnel in order to get done. So, so that sometimes it takes a bit longer than you anticipate, and some of the other reforms require, you know, more significant changes in order to sort of go through the entire process. So that is something which happens. Likewise, in other segments also, sometimes you have to consider a number of factors before, you know, you come to a final decision. You know, when you're looking at labor reforms, when you're looking at more flexible working hours, I've been part of efforts where we have tried to actually do it and then had to take a step back for other reasons. So those issues certainly do come up.
Yeah.
And, you have to create the political climate for some of those things to actually go through and get done. And these are, issues which are there everywhere. I mean, in the US, I mean, recently, last week, I was reading Financial Times front pages, Boeing strike at different facilities.
Yeah.
I mean, so labor issues are there everywhere. I
Yeah.
mean, it is not just in India. There are issues today as we speak. There are issues in Germany. There are issues in India. There are issues everywhere. These are, ongoing issues of what can be done with labor. And I think labor reform is, again, an ongoing process. As you see more jobs getting created and as you see the greater possibility of employment coming up, you'd also find that the overall labor environment improves and, the mobility automatically improves.
No, I understand. And,
I think from that perspective, I think, yes, there are some undone things in the labor side. There are some ongoing measures in the taxation side. Clearly, gaming is one of those areas where I think some policy clarity is required, on which work is currently on. So all of these.
If I may just continue on the unfinished reform agenda, as well as some of the specific issues that have arisen over the last few months. For instance, harmonization of standards, and I think that across different sectors is becoming a challenge. That does India really need to have its own set of standards, or should we have harmonization as far as global standards are concerned, so it just makes the ease of doing business easier? Even things like recertification for laptops and so on and so forth, which recent changes that have been brought in by the government. Is that necessarily the best way forward? Because it does tend to not just create dis-ease of doing business, but also seems to suggest that there is a trust deficit.
No, I think, on that aspect, I think there are 2 or 3 things which are important. I think what is important is that if we are looking at harmonized standards across the globe, then it's important that India, as a very large market, has a say in the way that the standards are written. And, Indian interests need to be reflected in the way that the standards are written. And as long as that is reflected, then naturally, I think the issue gets resolved to that extent. And we are building capacity to actually do that. So that portion of it is certainly something we are looking at. Now, the other portion, which is about, things like, at least, I'm not talking about QCOs because there are very few QCOs in the electronic sector. What we have in the electronic sector is primarily CROs. And CROs fundamentally are fairly non-intrusive, but they also ensure that we get in equipment from trusted sources. And today, I think, especially in electronics and telecom, getting in stuff from trusted sources is important across the world for like-minded countries. It's as important for India as it is for the US. And I think all of us are trying to find ways of ensuring that what we get into the country and what gets used in the country is from a trusted and safe source.
Yeah, John, you wanted to make a point.
Yeah, I think we're missing a little bit. We're in silos when we talk about issues, when in fact what India has done so well on is you've broken down the silos. You have venture capitalists, Indian diaspora, but also large operations here in India that are driving it. You have people who've done multiple startups who are driving it. You have a prime minister that lights up the country talking about innovation and how we're going to lead. You have government leaders who are taking risk way ahead of their counterparts around the world and willing to try some different things. You saw from the earlier panel the importance of education, training young people for where their jobs will be. It is that combination that makes this go. You have to do it with a vision of where you want to go, and then you've got to break it through, including startups, learning from failure, and having an environment where you go back and try again. Then we attract more FDI investment, we attract more VCs. That's what's going to make this country so great. And I want to thank the government leadership in particular, and also re-educate us all. Each of the leaders I've ever talked to in government here want to know what's working well, and then they stop me about 5 minutes into it. What do we have to do better? And they take action. That doesn't exist hardly in any other country in the world.
Well, that's good to hear. And you know, talking about FDI, and the aspiration and the target is to move to $100 billion, and the hope is that the US will be one of the big drivers as far as that FDI is concerned. But John, you know, you've always been good at inflection points in the market and spotting and identifying inflection points in the market. As we look at what's happening in the world today, especially on AI and what AI is potentially going to do, the kind of disruption it's going to bring about, but also the opportunities it throws up, specifically for a country like India and for startups in India, how would you, you know, what would your thoughts be on that?
Well, my view on AI is much like my view on India. If you're going to have a foundation technology, it ought to start with AI. Your second pick ought to be AI, and your third pick ought to be AI. It would transform every business in ways we're just beginning to understand. In coding, you know, 48% of the companies in America now view it as very important that they use AI for coding. In terms of customer support, it is at the very forefront. So I'd like to see, talking about government involvement, a sovereign fund for AI alone, and think about how do you drive it through. I would strongly encourage each of your companies to say how you're going to use AI, whether the big companies or smaller companies. I don't invest in a company unless they use AI. It doesn't matter if it's gaming, it doesn't matter if it's enterprise or consumer side of the house. So I think we've got to re-look at that as a foundation point. India could lead the world in terms of AI, and I would argue, as we talked earlier, if done right with the US, we can move each other very rapidly. So I would say 1, 2, and 3. It's AI, and AI, and all of us ought to focus on it. I bet you 10 years from now, we're going to look back and say that was an understatement.
That was an understatement, and India is going to lead in an AI era. Bipul.
John was talking about a very interesting point, AI, and all of us in this room is thinking about AI, and how should we think about AI, how should we apply AI. So let me give you a framework that at least we tried. So when the AI started, I called the first few engineers and first few product managers of Rubrik into a room and asked them 3 questions, and that turned out to be very pertinent 3 questions. Number 1, can AI kill our business? So all of us in this room has to think about, can AI and AI-induced technology kill your business? So if you survive and if you decide that it's not going to kill your business, then second question you have to ask is, what more products I can sell to my customers? And what net new value I can drive using AI? So that's the second question. And then the third question is that, how do I do more with less using AI? How do I reduce cost, create efficiency, drive more things, accelerate my roadmap, accelerate my customer satisfaction? And so that's the 3-legged stool framework. Can it kill us? If we survive, can we sell more? And if we can sell more, can we sell more at low cost?
Yeah, well, I would imagine that that's the framework that many CEOs are attempting to answer at this point in time. And Mr. Krishnan, you know, on the US-India partnership, and as we've heard through the course of the day, it's being called the most defining partnership of this century, specifically as far as technology is concerned, on things like AI, on things like quantum. What do you see as the path forward? Because we've already got the ISAT in place. On the defense side, we've just concluded the SOSA. You know, what do you see on the technology side as being the next steps that both sides need to take to encourage co-creation and collaboration?
I think there's a lot of scope for more work, including in the semiconductor space, critically, within the ISET framework, and also in the artificial intelligence space. And some of it is also related in terms of, you know, both of them need specific kinds of chips. And there, I think there's a huge potential to actually go forward. The point that John was just making about there being a sovereign fund to help AI grow in India, that is what the India AI mission does. Yeah. And we put down about $1.25 billion, a quarter of a $1.25 billion worth of money, government money, to actually push this. And a significant part of that is actually pushing access to AI compute. And that comes from advanced technology, and that comes from the kind of chips that currently are being designed in the United States. And we should see more of that sort of collaboration to take it forward in the next 4 to 5 years. I think that is one critical space which we believe is going to be significant and important. It found space in the recent statement which was released after the Prime Minister Modi met President Biden in Washington in the US. This was an important element of what was discussed in terms of in the semiconductor space, what is it that India and the US can do together? And there again, bringing it back to startups, I think a very significant part of work that can actually happen is in semiconductor design, which is where we are trying to help startups too. And that innovation can lay the foundation. If there's a way that we can figure out how to share the value of that IP for work which is done in India on behalf of American companies, that could be a significant way forward as well in terms of how we can actually co-create, collaborate, and take this forward and really make it a defining relationship of the century.
You talked about that semiconductor announcement that President Biden and Prime Minister Modi made, Mr. Krishnan. What should we expect now as the next steps of moving towards operationalizing this first joint fab?
That, of course, I mean, quite honestly, that is a niche fab. It is intended for a very specific purpose, but the applications tomorrow can be more wide in terms of power electronics, and that could be really significant. Power electronics, including both silicon carbide and gallium nitride, can make a significant difference in the way things work, and we have very high expectations of that. And that has implications for electric vehicles, that has implications for green energy. So it can really, in that sense, the two areas which really matter, a digital transformation and an energy transformation, and with innovation going alongside. That's where I think the real hope lies.
Yeah. Pavan, you spoke about something interesting, which is the structural changes that have happened, or the shifts that have taken place over the last few years that have enabled things like microtransactions, courtesy UPI, and so on and so forth. Aadhaar has also made onboarding customers a lot easier, and so on and so forth. As you look out, 5 years on, what are you now observing or focusing on as key trends that you intend to capitalize on as you look at making in India for the world?
So absolutely, there is one important trend that India is right now sitting on a massive tech dividend for last 35 years because post the IT revolution. There has been different generations, right? There was a generation where we were massive IT exporters. Then came a point somewhere around 2000s when our technology was built to cater to local demands. All these startups like Flipkart, Make My Trip, Book My Show, they sort of got developed to cater to local demands. But now, for last 3 to 4 years, we are seeing that Indian entrepreneurs are fully ready to make products that will not only be working well in the Indian market, but will be export ready, world-class products, right? And there are a bunch of factors which are leading to it. We have got more than 1 billion consumers. There is such a diverse land, like there's no country as diverse as India, different languages, different user preferences. Smartphones, again, low latency, really cheap smartphones. If your product works well, it works on anything else at all, right? For us, for example, when we started 6 years back, we were never thinking of going global, but after building it for about 200 million users in India, solving for 12 different languages, plugging in 100+ games in a single app, we realized that what we have built is truly unique, and this is something which is export ready. As a result of which, last year we went live in Brazil. We already have 5 million users, and what it does is when a company goes global, for example us, those 100 companies that work with us, whose games are plugged on our platform, are also exporting their product. There are the 75,000 influencers who work with us are also now exporting their content internationally. And more such companies are going to now be, especially in software. Software as a field, I think, knows no barriers. Cross-border trades are much easier. I think you will see a lot more export-centric theme there. I think that is one. The other thing that we are seeing is, of course, over the next couple of years, which is already clear that one, Indian talent and the kind of products we are building are next to nothing. Secondly, there is a great domestic demand. As a result of which, right now we are attracting great investor interest from all over the world. I mean, we have, like Johnson said, that we need to raise $100 billion every year. I mean, the Indian IPO markets are an example of that. I'll give you an example of a company in my sector, Nazara. Right? Nazara is the only listed gaming company. Nazara trades at the highest P by E multiple across any gaming company in the world, right? That's what the power of Indian markets is. And I can tell you that there are about $20 billion worth of private market valuations ready to go public again. Yes, like we discussed about regulatory certainty and all of that. And once all of that will get unlocked, I'm sure, you know, that 20 billion will come out to be 50 to $100 billion in enterprise value. And all that capital, when investors will make, will get redeployed into the entire startup ecosystem because it's a common investor base. So I think these are some of the themes that at least we are looking at from our vantage point.
Bipul, you said the job of the CEO is to actually look for niches that don't currently exist. So which are the niches that you're looking at? And really, you know, on the India-US partnership, and specifically from a startup point of view, this transition from to a product nation, you know, how significant a shift is that?
I mean, the time for India has come. If you think about the 20, 30 years of managing IT of Fortune 500 companies out of India, Indian techies like know inside out of how businesses are run, how businesses software should run, supported and enabled and operationalized, and now layer in AI. So this know-how of how businesses software run, and now AI creates a door for disruption, and all the workflows that existed now can be done with AI automatically. This is a very potent combination of know-how plus AI. So it is possible for, at least for where I stand, it feels like the next 10 to 20 years, the whole bunch of B2B companies coming out of India that will sell the business products around the world, AI enabled. And that would create such a massive dividend for India because it is independent of Indian consumer, and there is an opportunity for Indian consumer. But as well, but we are talking about this as a trillions of dollars of opportunity, because all of the enabling, like software enablement, operationalizing, day-to-day management will be fully automated and delivered out of India.
Mr. Krishnan, you know, as we talk about unlocking this immense opportunity as well as the large headroom for growth that everyone here is talking about, as the next steps on your to-do list to really unlock this opportunity and value, Mr. Krishnan, what are you focused on?
I think there are two parts to this. One part to this is, of course, in terms of making sure that India actually becomes a location where a lot of the design takes place. That's how you become a product nation, the word that you used. And so designing products and using India's talent to actually design is something which is very important. We need to design for the world as much as we need to do other things. But equally, we also need, alongside that, a lot of people to be in jobs and in good quality, high quality jobs. And there, I think, working for the rest of the world is also equally important. I mean, whether we are doing GCCs, whether we are doing engineering R&D centers, whether we are doing actually extensive electronic manufacture, all of those become important. So India, the size of India, you need all of it.
Yes, we need more than one solution, and we need all of these solutions to work in parallel. John Chambers, I'll give you the final word on this. You know, are you writing out checks on this visit specifically?
Yes, I'm available after hours. We'll get a glass of wine and we'll talk through each of them. But what you're seeing now is a nation that's learned to dream. And I'm going to push this really hard. Our dreams are now too small. Shimon Peres out of Israel, Startup Nation, he said there's no room in this world for small dreams. Secondly, you've learned to work together better than any other country in the world. And now we're going to see speed of change, and we didn't go through it. But a startup today, to hit a unicorn status, will do it in 18 months with AI and other technology. If we really begin to say, if we're going to move at this speed, what is government going to do differently? What are the IITs going to do with 1.2 million students? How are we going to encourage the Indian businesses to accept new technology quickly? Use Tata as an example. Yeah, and what Chandra's doing there, it's all AI across all of the various industries. So I'm going to say we have to dream, but I'd like to see us develop a playbook that combines these and then run it at a faster and faster pace. I'd like for a third of that playbook to be a very tight relationship with America if we do it right. You saw this a long time ago, I think even before I did. We need people to make it really exciting about what we could do together.
Well, we've been trying to make it exciting for the last 22 years on our show that focuses on startups. But many, many thanks, John Chambers, Mr. Krishnan, Pavan, and Bipul for joining us this afternoon on what looks very promising as the next big opportunity, the US-India Startup Corridor. Plenty to work with at this moment, but plenty of excitement and enthusiasm on what the road ahead looks like. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause. Thank you so much for joining us today.
You're amazing. I would love to chat with you some.
So thank you, Secretary Krishnan, and to our panelists for an insightful look into the future of India's startup ecosystem. We're going to take a short break now, 10 minutes. There's tea and coffee on the balcony. I ask, please, as you leave the room, please leave through the door on the right here. We'll reconvene at 4 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, please return to your seats. We'll be starting in just a moment.
Okay.
The minister has arrived, so please take your seats.
Please be seated, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, please find your seats quickly. The minister's here, and we're about to begin again. Ladies and gentlemen, we're ready to begin again. It's my honor to invite Shri Jyotiraditya Scindia, the Honorable Minister for Communications and Development of the Northeast region, to join us on the stage. I would also like to request our global board members, Mr. Sachit Ahuja, President of Tillman Global, Mr. Alex Rogers, President of Qualcomm Technology, and Mr. Nick Deegan, CEO of America's Brunswick Group, to join the Honorable Minister on the stage. Let me also welcome Mr. Shailendra Singh, Managing Director of Peak 15, to introduce the Honorable Minister and provide the scene-setting remarks.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Well, welcome to our discussion on harnessing digital connectivity through advanced telecommunications. In an increasingly connected world, telecom and digital transformation connectivity is at the core of transforming all other industries. India is seeing a pretty dramatic change, stupendous growth in mobile subscribers. We now have over 900 million internet users in India. A few years ago, this was unfathomable. This has led to a pretty dramatic change in all areas, in education, in fintech, and financial services. India's digital public infrastructure has been lauded the world over. Just to share a sense of scale of what has transpired, last month alone, India's UPI transactions crossed 15 billion in a single month. This is leading to hundreds of startups every year getting funded in India, driving change and innovation, building new companies in new industries. At this juncture, we have a new huge super cycle, an AI super cycle, where devices are becoming more intelligent. These 900 million connected devices are now going to become smarter in the age of AI. And what that means is, in spite of India's stupendous success at building the world's most advanced telecommunications infrastructure, we are now entering a cycle where for the next decade, tons more data center infrastructure, GPU clusters, and so on will have to be built. So the timing for today's discussion could not be more appropriate. We are super honored today to have a very special guest with us and several members of the board of USISPF. Since I was talking about AI, I requested ChatGPT to help me introduce Honorable Minister, and it gave me a pretty nice summary of his. So I'm very honored to welcome Minister Jyotiraditya Scindia to the panel discussion. Here's what ChatGPT said. It says, Jyotiraditya Scindia is a prominent Indian politician and member of the Bharatiya Janata Party, currently serving as Minister of Communications and Development of the Northeastern region. Born into the royal family of Goyal, he has a rich legacy and deep commitment to public service and has been a 6-term member of parliament. With a background in economics from Harvard University, he also went to GSB at Stanford. Scindia brings a blend of traditional values and modern insights to his role. Since entering politics, he has been a vocal advocate for infrastructure development and modernization, playing a crucial role in enhancing India's aviation sector. His dynamic leadership and innovative approach continue to drive progress and connectivity across the nation. I'm sure Minister Scindia will talk to us about his 100-day plan and share insights how India might transform in the future. Let me hand over to Nick from Brunswick Group to moderate the panel discussion.
You shouldn't be thanking him. You should thank ChatGPT.
So, I asked Narendra, why don't you have ChatGPT do my intro? And he said, even ChatGPT can't do that. So I don't know if that's a compliment or an insult. But Mr. Minister, thank you so much for joining us. It's an absolute pleasure. And thank you, Alex and Sachin, for this panel. I have to do my best Shireen Pan over here and try to make this a very lively discussion. And I haven't seen the minister in 37 years. And it's even back then, you could tell he was headed for really disrupting and changing things. And it's been an absolute privilege to watch what you have been doing in your career over here. And ChatGPT doesn't even scratch the surface. But tell us, if you don't mind, just start a little bit with when you think about digital infrastructure and supply chains, what do you see, or what have you seen as the most critical areas of cooperation between the US and India? And I know you mentioned just outside around products as well, so touch on that a little bit too.
So thank you, Nikhil. First of all, it's a pleasure to be back at USISPF. Mukesh has done a yeoman's job of leading this group and pushing for deeper engagement between the US and India, which I believe have great commonalities. Not only the cliched phrases that we hear of the largest democracy and the oldest democracy, but I believe that we both believe in freedoms, we both believe in innovations, we both believe in not incremental change, but we believe in monumental change, and we believe in doing things that will benefit the world. So I think that sets the tone for this strategic partnership forum to really contribute to the well-being of not only both nations, but to the globe in general. Moving gears now to telecom. It's been a, to use Nikhil's word, a very disruptive, innovative, not decade, but I'd use the term decade in India. There's been a complete sea transformation. And let me just paint the picture out there. We had close to about 800 million mobile subscribers a decade ago. Today we have over 1.16 billion mobile subscribers in this country. If you look at internet penetration, we had 250 million internet connections in this country. We have 950 million internet connections. If you look at broadband, which is greater than 2 GB, we had just about 60 million broadband connections in India 10 years ago. Today we have 940 million broadband connections in India. On the other hand, if you look at the cost structure, the cost of a voice call was 50 paise 10 years ago. It's today 3 paise. So there's been a 96% drop in costs on voice. If you look at the cost of 1 GB of data, it was 289 rupees 10 years ago, which is roughly, what, $3.50, roughly. It's today 12 cents. And so therefore, you've seen exponential penetration, exponential adoption. What does that mean? That means that Prime Minister always said, don't build towers. Build quality of service. Do not look at only supplying service to people. Become a product nation. Do not think of telecom as an end product. Think of it as a means to supplying service. And therefore you've seen an explosion of serviceability to 1.4 billion people in this country. And what do I mean by that? 510 million people who were not connected to the banking environment have been given bank accounts in this country in the last 10 years. Transfer of money directly into people's hands, the concept of UPI, a United Payment Interface. As Sharindra and Nikhil said, in the month of August, we did a transaction of 1 month of $275 billion in a month, 15 billion transactions in India. Now that's the scale, exponential scale that we are talking about. We've had the fastest 5G rollout in the world, 22 months rolled out 5G across 98% of India's districts, covering 80% of our population, 450,000 BTSs. In a period of 22 months. You look at product, we are creating our own 4G stack. Prime Minister is very clear that the government company is not going to use anyone else's equipment. If you're going to roll out 4G services, it's got to be your own 4G stack. And in 19 months, look at the union that Prime Minister was able to create. Government company, CDOT. Private company, Tejas Networks, part of the Tata enterprise. SI, System Integrator, TCS. All three together, we now have a core and a RAN, radio access network, that's fully functional. We've rolled out, we've got a plan of 100,000 sites by April, May of next year. We've rolled out 38,300 sites as of yesterday. So we're going to roll out our own 4G network, which is going to switch to 5G by June of 25. We'll be the 6th country in the world to be able to do that. Now, those are the exponential growth that India has experienced. Now comes the intersection with the US. We already have a joint working group in the MeitY ministry that's working together on common platforms. The Prime Minister of India and your President, together in May of 2022, inaugurated the ISET, which is the strategic group on communications, looking at major issues. Just this January 2024, the Open RAN Development Alliance was put together between our Department of Telecom and NSA and the US. So I think we are pushing forward on all engines. I was just telling John outside this room that the Prime Minister's visit to the US has been a landmark visit. For the first time, we've come to an agreement where we're going to put a fab in place in India which will supply chips to defense in the US. It's going to have huge ramifications for India as well as the US going forward. The Quad has been, the QSD has been put in place, the Quad Security and Technology Dialogue, which is going to look at the area of telecom. So I think India and the US both are moving on not a footing, but multiple footings to make sure that we go beyond the technology curve as we grow to greater adoption.
So, Mr. Minister, I love the phrase, the decade. It's fantastic, and I'm glad you brought up the financial services industry, because as somebody who left and comes back frequently, that's the one part which is so tangible, so easy to see. When you look ahead, put on your crystal ball a bit, where do you see that next phase as it relates to telecom? What are the areas you feel most excited about now that you have a population that is banked, now that you have a population with so much connectivity?
So I see a huge amount of entrepreneurism. So let me back up a couple of decades. And the biggest problem in the world to innovation was what? It was the access to capital. Capital was controlled in a few hands 50, 60 years ago. Today, capital is fungible. Capital has become a commodity. It's ideas that are the real capital in the world today. And I think what telecom does is that telecom disintermediates the intermediary and provides power and access to ideas to every single person. And so you're going to see a lot of entrepreneurism grow in India around multiple ideas. Our startup fund, today we have close to about 140,000 government-funded startups in India. India had no unicorn 10 years ago. You've got over 100 unicorns in India today. And I think you're going to see much more of that happen. With 5G coming in, the government has put in place many novel ideas. We're looking at 5G intelligent villages. We've selected 10 to 12 villages where we're going to put 5G into motion, because the key imperative for us is to close, not to bridge, but to close and make that digital divide extinct. And therefore, those applications are going to happen in the areas of agriculture, in the areas of health, in the areas of education. And let me give you an example. We've got a telemedicine portal called eSanjeevani. Over the last 4 to 5 years, we've treated 285 million patients across the length and breadth of India, from 127,000 primary care health centers and secondary health care centers. So that is the power of the digital system that's going to yield both in two ways. One, for the government to give service directly to people, and second, for people through access to information to become employers as opposed to employees.
Such a great answer. I'd love, Alex, if I bring you into the conversation. I think one of the things when you study history, and John, you're familiar with this, and my friend Walter Isaacson, who wrote the books on Steve Jobs and Leonardo da Vinci and Elon Musk, talks about ecosystems and how in different cities in the world, whether it was in Italy, in Milan, or whether it's in the Bay Area, or whether it's, you know, as we've seen in India and Bangalore and Hyderabad, you create ecosystems. Alex, you were talking a little bit about the ecosystem Qualcomm is creating over here, which a lot of people don't recognize in some ways. Tell us a little bit about that and how you're building that out, because I think that ties into building out what the minister's talking about in terms of 5G as well.
Great, thanks for the question, Nick, and Minister, great remarks, thanks for that. So when people ask, what does Qualcomm do? The typical answer is, well, Qualcomm is a semiconductor company, mostly in the mobile space. But if you really want to understand Qualcomm and the way it has operated for decades, is Qualcomm is an ecosystem company. Because at the layer at which we provide technology, unless we're building ecosystems and unless there are partners who can succeed based on our technology, we will fail. So first and foremost, we always think about how do we develop an ecosystem where other companies, other partners, other innovators can succeed. So that's critically important. And when you think about what we do in telecom, what we do is we first engage in R&D at a very fundamental level so that we can bring to industry, global industry, technology to be put in the standards. So we basically say we're in the G business. 3G, 4G, 5G. We develop technology that will go into standards. And then we help industry understand if you adopt this technology, we will be able to succeed in mobile communications. And then we develop semiconductors that will help bring the technology through, okay, to instantiation in mobile devices. But more than that, we go around the world for every G, and we talk to operators around the world. We help them understand the technology. For example, if the operators in the US were to be asked, listen, how does this really work? The answer is, well, you should go talk to Qualcomm. They'll help you understand how this really works. So we go to the operators and we help them understand how to essentially pull the technology through into their networks. And so for us, in order to continue to iterate on that, we have these cycles that we're constantly having to go through. We've done it for decades. On top of that, okay, in addition to selling product, in addition to selling, creating standards and trying to drive the standards through, we always work around the ecosystem to try to essentially develop new customers, new partners, new innovators. And so one of the things that we've done here in India quietly over decades, I mentioned this before in smaller group meetings, we have now 15,000 semiconductor design engineers in India. And if we were to have none, and Minister, if we were to come here and say, by the way, we were announcing that we're going to hire 15,000 engineers, we'd probably be given a parade somewhere. But we've done it quietly over the last couple of decades. And one of the things that does that's critically important that people simply overlook is it helps develop the ecosystem in the universities, okay? In the technology departments, okay, in the electrical engineering and computer science departments, because what makes those departments successful? The same is true in San Diego at UCSD. What makes UCSD successful as an engineering school? Well, when they graduate their engineers, they go into jobs. That's what makes engineering schools successful. So that's part of ecosystem building, is working with universities and hiring from universities and creating private companies that work really well with universities to bring through engineers. And then we do a lot more to continue to develop the ecosystem. Some of the things are somewhat traditional that you've heard about. So we have a venture fund. We invest in startups. Critically important. Why do we invest in startups? We're investing in future customers. We're investing in people that will invent something that will be important to us, and we will start thinking about, well, how do we create technology to make that work even better? And then I started coming up with a list of the other things that we're doing that are not quite that orthodox, in addition to typical venture funds. 100 5G labs. So this is a Government of India project. And so we've jumped in and tried to help develop 5G platforms for these labs in universities around India. In addition to that, 6G fellowships. Essentially awarding fellowships to university professors who want to develop the technology for future 6G. Now, 6G hasn't started. The first working group meeting is going to be March of 2025. But we want to find professors in universities that will develop technology for this. How does this help the ecosystem? It's not just an individual professor who gets a fellowship. It's the students of those professors. It's developing essentially a pull to bring new engineers into working with those professors so that they can move on to be real contributors into 6G and into telecom. Edge AI labs. Indian engineers who are developing AI applications need platforms. And so we're giving them platforms, not for massive data centers, but platforms for edge AI devices, battery-powered devices, different types of use cases, and so we provide those labs as well. In addition, we're investing in women. We have essentially a special dedicated group that looks for women engineers and women entrepreneurs, and we try to cultivate that as well. Design in India Challenge. Every year we set up a challenge for startups to come and bring new innovation in the 5G space that basically is something so good that they're going to win prize money to do it. But in addition to giving them prize money, we help them understand how to bring the product to market. And in addition to that, we help them understand how to go get patents so that they can start to create their own full understanding of how to build an an innovative company.
So I want to get back to the talent and skill development, but I know we're running out of time. Sachin, I want to bring you in for a second, because I think when people are talking over here a lot about AI, they hear a lot about ChatGPT. They think about something that's a little more ephemeral, but none of this happens without real infrastructure. So digital infrastructure is real infrastructure. You invest capital in the ground for all kinds of infrastructure. Tell us a little bit about that and what you would like to see more from the government to accelerate some of that infrastructure.
Sure. And thanks, Nikhil, and thank you, Honorable Minister, for your time. So I think what you have in India is a great wireless infrastructure ecosystem. So you have, the second largest wireless network in the world after China, and you have a very competitive kind of retail operator universe between Jio and Airtel. I think innovation is driven by the carriers on the wireless side, and so what I think, as an investor in the space, what we would like to see is a more competitive M&O market, and I think a market as large as India can support 3, if not 4, nationwide 5G networks. I think, as we've talked about on this panel, all of these networks really are a means to an end. So the business is not the business of selling bits or data or text messages or phone calls. It's actually all the services on top. And so how do you compete? You compete based on the quality of your network. The wireline or the fiber network in the country still needs significant investment. And it's a lot of the basic construction roadblocks that continue to be challenges here. So ability to get right-of-ways, ability to get permits, ability to get appropriate titles, that continues to be a challenge, but not an insurmountable challenge. And then ultimately, I think the data center demand is likely to triple over the next 6 years. And so let's say half of that will be built by the hyperscalers themselves, but half of that will be built by independent operators such as ourselves. And again, there it's access to power, access to land, access to fiber. There are a lot of issues in kind of getting all of those things to come together, particularly for foreign investors. But I think what we've seen is a lot of collaboration with both state and the central government in trying to enable capital to come in and speed up the process of building things.
Well, you bring capital, which is a really important part of this. I spent 9 years running a television network, so I know the importance of keeping time. But Minister, I don't want to end without giving you the last word on a couple of points. One, if you could talk a little bit about, we've talked a lot today about education and talent development, and how India needs to keep, and everyone talks about the great talent pool in India, but we all know through other life cycles, you've got to keep that refreshed, you've got to keep that moving. And secondly, we've talked a lot about telecom, but you also have the Northeast portfolio in your remit, which seems to be an area which I'm sure could go for near and dear to my heart since I was born there. More investment and what other non-Indian companies and Indian companies can do together to accelerate investment in that area.
So Nikhil, I'll come to your last question at the end, but I just want to cover some of the points that have been covered in our interaction today. I think more and more telecom is going to develop in the world as really a carriageway on which you put a lot of content. And I think what the manufacturing revolution did to the world 30, 40, 50 years ago, I think the AI revolution and IoT and machine learning is going to do to the world in the next 10 to 15 years. The real value accretion is going to not come from manufacturing, but really from AI and ML and IoT and all of that sort of stuff. So that's what India has to position itself for. Now, if you agree with that fundamental premise, then you need to do two things. You need to first create the carriageway. And when you need to create the carriageway, you need to have telecom equipment manufacturing happen in India. And the big step that the government has done to be able to do that is put in place a PLI, a productivity-linked incentive scheme. We've had close to 3,500 crores worth of investment in the last 2 years, which is about close to $500 million or so. And we've done production of 50,000 crores, which is close to about $6 billion. And along with that $6 billion, you've had employment of close to 1.5 million people across the length and breadth of this country, exports of 11,500 crores. So the ecosystem that we're talking about, yes, a very firm planted ecosystem needs to be put in place. Auto, civil aviation, telecom need ecosystems. There has to be an anchor tenant that comes in, and then the OEMs will have their ancillaries around. That's why Government of India is thinking of a telecom manufacturing zone, where we actually set up those anchor tenants and the ancillaries around, like auto and like civil aviation. The second point that I'd like to make is we need to also, as we forward integrate from equipment, carriageway into software, we need to vertically backward integrate as well. So we're getting into chips, which gets into your point, Nikhil. The first fab that's going to be set up in India is going to be set up in Assam, in the Northeast. It's going to be 40,000 crores worth of investment that goes directly into the Northeast. And that's going to be a huge anchor tenant for India, which is going to be the Tata group, which is going to invest there. Second, to the point that Sachin made, right away is now history, Sachin. I think you need to up your game a little bit. The Telecom Act that we introduced in Parliament in December of last year has inserted the right of way law, made it as part of law, which means that Nikhil's state and my state and Sachin's state cannot have their own variant laws for right of way. All of them have to adhere to the central law. It's already been adopted out of 36 states and union territories by close to 29. And so that system, which was a big problem, not only for foreign investors, but people who want to relay OFC, has now become, or will become very soon, a thing of the past. The Bharat Net program, which is again another point that Sachin made, is going to invest close to about $7 to $8 billion in laying out OFC in our country. We've laid out close to 700,000 running route kilometers of OFC over the last 6 to 7 years. And we're going to connect every single Gram Panchayat, which is a conglomeration of villages in one head. We have 650,000 villages in India, roughly about 200,000 Gram Panchayats. We'll be connecting every single Gram Panchayat with OFC fiber across the country, from where an entrepreneur will then connect from the ONT directly to consumers, providing FTTH. So you're going to have a broadband fiber that's in place. You'll have a 4G saturation that's in place. Out of the 650,000 villages in India, 622 today have 4G and 5G coverage. The balance 30,000 villages will have full coverage by May next year. And this is my commitment to you with a $5 billion pipeline. So the carriageway is going to be complete. We are working on backward integration with the fab. We're working on forward integration with an ecosystem, with an anchor tenant in place. And then we want the great leap forward, which is through AI, IoT, machine learning, and all of that, which will provide tremendous value for the country going forward.
Great. Well, with that, we'll wrap up, Mr. Minister. Thank you so much for your comments and Sachin and Alex, a very insightful panel, and it's wonderful to see everything is
India has followed the world on 4G. We have marched with the world on 5G. And I promise you, with Bharat 6G Alliance, we will lead the world in 6G.
Great. Thanks.
Thank you, Minister Scindia, and the panelists for that engaging discussion. We're honored now to welcome Shri Nara Lokesh, Minister of Information Technology, Electronics, Communications, and Human Resources Development for the Government of Andhra Pradesh, to join us this evening. Please join me in inviting the Honorable Shri Lokesh and Mr. Virat Bhatia, Managing Director of Apple in India, to the stage. Yep.
All right, can I have everybody sit down and invite Shri Nara Lokesh and Virat. Where is Virat? Yeah, come over. Okay. Well, let me basically, one is I've known Virat for some time, and he's done a stellar job establishing Apple in India, especially manufacturing. And I was just amazed with the numbers he was telling me. They have now almost 200,000 employees in India, and 75% are women. And I do recall they had an issue with women working on shop floor after 7 p.m. and basically got the law changed in Tamil Nadu to make sure that they are able to work after 7 p.m. So, Virat, congratulations what you've done with Apple and also for India from export perspective. Shri Nara Lokesh, I have to first go back to his father. I remember I was a young person who had come to India running IBM, and he was just elected as the new Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. And I was told that you need to go meet with this Chief Minister. He's quite tech savvy. And you have to understand, that time people had no idea how to use PowerPoint. And this Chief Minister impressed me with a PowerPoint presentation. So we were the first company in 1995 to move our Center of Enterprise Computing into Hyderabad. And after that, rest of the IT company moved in, and he basically built Hyderabad as a powerhouse for IT company. And now he's back in power in Andhra Pradesh. But Nara Lokesh, who was earlier also the minister, and now he's the Minister of Information Technology, Electronics, and also Human Resources. A Stanford graduate. I basically have dealt with him in California. So he's much more comfortable either environment. You can put him in Stanford in California with a glass of red wine. He'll have a good conversation. And go back to Andhra Pradesh and basically he'll get things done. What I like about him is a sense of simplicity, humility, be able to basically listen to you and try to get the job done. He is among the very few upcoming Indian leaders who is very much connected just with the Western world, especially, as I said, even to Carnegie Mellon, and then to Stanford, and then back here, that who can connect on both sides of the ocean in a very effective and efficient manner. So Nara, it's good to have you back as the minister. We're delighted. And on that note, I'm going to ask John to come in and just speak for a few minutes before we hand it over to Virat. John, over to you.
When you look back 10 years ago, when we talked about the transformation that was going to occur here in India, there was almost a overconfidence from us in America that we could help you make that transition. And we didn't realize that you would help us more than we ever realized. And it is that win-win you now see emerging. And when I first started to come here and look at what was possible in this country, candidly it was Prime Minister Modi, but it was also what Andhra Pradesh was doing and Chief Minister Naidu was doing there. And so the concepts that I learned, and you all taught me very well, I went back to my poor home state of West Virginia, and I ran an instant replay. We started with a vision of what the state could do. We got the Democrats and Republicans both to agree on it, which in America we almost never do anymore. We bought in and changed the university in terms of their curriculum. They began to focus on AI. They began to focus on big data, supply chain. Our business school went from 74% of the graduates getting jobs within 6 months to 94%. And we took 35 startups and folded them underneath the university in terms of direction. And that team is now coming out here to India here in 2 months, our head of our Senate, head of the House, to talk about what we can do. The point is, I think we're learning from each other. But there's been no state that does it better than yours. And I just want to thank you. But it's also what I'm going to challenge us more on. I think we will learn together how do we really learn from each other and raise the economies and the job creation. So it's an honor to be a very small part of your success, and I love the partnership.
Thank you, John. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to have Minister Lokesh here today. As Mukesh was talking about Stanford and a glass of wine and make comfortable, the minister said under his breath, the conversation over a glass of wine would be off the record. This one is on the record. We're also very fortunate. I want to thank the forum for arranging this. This is Minister Lokesh's first big public outing in Delhi. So we're all very fortunate to have him here today. Thank you. Everybody's heard of him. We've sort of imagined who he would be, and then here you have him in flesh and blood to sort of talk about the state and his ambitions and what the state government hopes to do. I'm going to start with the Stanford question. He spoke about it. There are not a lot of senior ministers in the government in states who would be with that background. So it's a very, it's a distinctive one. So if I could ask you, how do you put that to use? What do you do? What do you use of that in the governance models that you're adopting? It's always intriguing for us to understand when you come back from that. We know how to do it in business and some other parts of the society, but in politics, how do you use that as a governance model?
First off, thank you very much for having me, and thank you, Viraji, for hosting. I mean, I've seen the power of an ecosystem. I mean, if you look at what Palo Alto and the greater Bay Area is, it's because of one institution. So I truly believe India needs to focus on building ecosystems. Politically, it might sound correct to do different projects across the country, but if they have to sustain for the next 100 years, I believe in the power of ecosystem, and that's what we are doing in Andhra Pradesh. The second aspect that has had profound impact on me personally, and from Stanford Business School, is for our finals, we never had invigilators. So there's no one. And that left a profound impact on me on the need to build character and integrity and make that part of our culture, our rhythm, and in education. So when I did talk about this to our Chief Minister, Mr. Naidu, he said, good. So you have to deal with human resource development, which is kindergarten all the way up to PG and skill development, and IT and electronics. So you can do that better. And that was the task given to me.
Thank you. I'm going to jump right into another project that Andhra has taken immediately after election, something that is quite unique. The Prime Minister has announced the Viksit Bharat project, which is 2047. And then Andhra is one amongst the first states to have announced what is called Swarna Andhra 2047. This is a very unique state-level project, also very much in keeping with Mr. Naidu's vision, pioneering everything, going out there, doing it, taking the big targets, putting it down for themselves, for the bureaucracy, for the stakeholders, businesses, and has a lot of sectorial policies that are in that. I'm told there is industrial policies, renewable energy, IT, GCCs, data center, cloud, building on the vision of a tech-driven Andhra. If you could elaborate a little bit about that, because it's not, I think it's one of the few and unique propositions from a state. So if you could just elaborate on that a bit.
No, the Honorable Prime Minister pre-election did talk about Viksit Bharat. And taking a leaf from that book, we said, let's now focus on Viksit Andhra Pradesh. And we broadly laid out the vision of what we want to achieve. And then we are now going back to our electorate and asking feedback on what we should do. So it's a people-led movement, number one. Number two, as a state, taking from my first question, as a state, we believe in the power of ecosystems. So if you look at the state of Andhra Pradesh, we are peculiarly a long state. We have the second longest coastline. So each district is a geography for administration in India. Each district, we have specific focus areas. So if you take the southern bit, we want to focus on automotive manufacturing in one district. Renewable energy is a big thrust area. It's not just about solar, wind, it's about the pump storage projects. Close to 72 gigawatts is going to get built out in the next 5 years. Then you have the two other districts which are focused on electronics manufacturing, which is the Chittoor and Kadapa district. So like this, we have very district-specific focus areas. So coming to north of our state, we're going to focus on data centers, big data, the entire chem and pharma hub. So there's a lot of specific focus areas, and then we go back and say, what should each department do in order to achieve this vision? So for me, it's very clear that I have training institutes in the government, the ITIs, polytechnics. So we're going to train manpower for tomorrow. So let's talk about all the green jobs we can create in one district. All the civil aviation jobs we can create out of one district. So that gives a lot of clarity, alignment for the state government on what we should go out achieving. And apart from that, Viksit Andhra Pradesh, which is Swarna Andhra Pradesh that we have. Swarna Andhra Pradesh translates to Golden Andhra Pradesh. We are now working backwards of saying that, okay, if we need to achieve this kind of per capita income, then how do we go about achieving it? So which department should do what, and we're going to measure ourselves on a monthly basis, like how all of you do your business. Even the state is going to do this. On a monthly basis, we're going to measure it. And the second part is, in this journey, we don't want anyone left behind. So we are creating a family, a report card of sorts, and saying what are the project or practice we can give to that family to pull them out of the cycle of poverty. So it's no longer about wealth creation alone, but how do you ensure that even people below the poverty line can be given a handout and to just pull them out of the cycle of poverty. And that's something that I think is going to be very unique to the state, and we're going to launch this in the next 3 months.
Excellent, congratulations. Just to link to that is another pioneering effort in this very short period since the election, which is the skill census. We haven't heard of this widely, but when I was doing the research, I sort of came across this, which is very unique, again, to Andhra, which is a basically creation of population scale digital public infrastructure for skilling and employment. It reflects the forward-looking vision of the Honorable Chief Minister to sort of build this capacity. First, do a census, and then could you elaborate on that a little bit? Another pioneering concept?
The skill census that we're doing is one of its kind in India, I think one of its kind in the world.
Probably the first time.
It's a massive effort. We just started the pilot in my own constituency where I got elected. And the idea here is we're going to go door to door. And then we're going to triangulate data from multiple data sets. So apart from the household data, the education data, we want to understand what is a basic skill set. And then come back and see what kind of skill interventions we can do based on the market demand. So think about industry from one side, the youth on one side, and government has a platform. And then skill up it's going to be a journey. It's not a destination. It's not a one-off effort as far as our state is concerned. So we know where the industry is moving, and we want to learn from that, from all of you. And then we want to work backwards on saying, to this family, what can we do? What is the skill intervention that we can do? So it's very, very micro-targeting that we're going to now do. And I believe that will ensure that we deliver on a first promise in a manifesto, which is to create 2 million jobs in 5 years as a state. And we are the only political party to actually make that bold statement before an election.
Wow. You also spoke about building specialist areas and districts for which you could build certain talent or sectors that could come out of that. Now, Visakhapatnam as an IT destination is another idea that is being talked about. We realized that the submarine cables would probably be landed there, so great connectivity could happen. The Honorable Chief Minister's contributions in building Hyderabad, that was, by the way, spoken widely at the board meeting this morning, and this incredible infrastructure, and his contribution to that is legendary. Obviously, everybody knows that. Could you also elaborate a little bit on Visakhapatnam and how that will transform itself? What is the vision that you have as an IT knowledge hub?
And fundamentally, I think all of us have to accept one thing, which is the Telugu people, the people from both Andhra and Telangana play a very important role in the IT sector. And all this points back to the reforms that Mr. Naidu did in his first term as Chief Minister, which is to get a lot of investments in education. So we had a lot of engineering colleges come up. So we have amazing talent. And this talent has gone across the globe. And taking a leaf out of that, what we are looking at as Visakhapatnam is, why can't we ride the wave of big data and the AI ML? So like when you look at Hyderabad, it was all the Y2K boom. So we have a next frontier that we can now do. And that's where I believe that Visakhapatnam can play a very important role. So we have renewable power. It's a beautiful location. So I keep jokingly saying, if Bangalore were to marry Goa and have a baby, that would be Visakhapatnam. It's gorgeous. It's absolutely gorgeous. So it's a great location, amazing manpower, and we have a progressive government, a government which is not just talking about ease of doing business, but speed of doing business. Because though lot other states have done on ease, but speed is the biggest challenge because investments have just gone up. And even a month, 2-month delay throws your entire business plan out of whack. So we understand that and we want to deliver on the speed of business promise. So Visakhapatnam is going to be a focus from an IT perspective, our chemical, pharma perspective, and even medical devices manufacturing. So it's going to be a hub. We're going to do the entire ecosystem. All the ITIs, the polytechnics, all the engineering colleges there are going to focus on creating world-class curriculum and delivering on that promise.
I'm going to turn to a bit of a sobering topic, something that you faced immediately after the government took over, which is this devastating and the floods that hit the state. I think in a space of 2 or 3 days, centers, including urban centers, were deep underwater. The response, what I learned secondhand, of course, of the Honorable Chief Minister himself, the bureaucracy, parking their vehicles and buses next to that station, having meetings there. Some of the officers told me that the Honorable Chief Minister would roll up his trousers and be in the flood water often, almost every day. I don't think we've seen that kind of response anywhere. Plus the use of technology, not just the emotional touch, but also the use of drones, AI, big data, using drones to deliver food packets on buildings and then saying we can't do enough because we can only do one building at a time, and up to 40 kgs of delivery on a drone. That was remarkable. All of this coming together for disaster management, again, something we've never seen in India at this scale. One of the officers told me that he knew in which lane how many refrigerators had been spoiled because of flood, and then worked with the private sector to kind of had that fixed. So could you talk a little bit this, I know it's a disaster, it's a terrible human tragedy, but also incredible opportunity to learn about disaster management using technology and human touch in equal measure.
The flood that we had recently was 1 in 248 years event. And as things are changing and we're going to have once in a century events happening more often. So as a state, we understand that. But this flood definitely caught us off guard. It was a flash flood. In greater parts of the city, we had more than 6 foot water. So, and it was the first time that we had to handle floods. As a state, we've handled cyclones and we have expertise in that. But then Mr. Naidu being Mr. Naidu said, why can't we use drones for delivery? And I remember quite a few of the operators saying that's not possible. I mean, we've used it for agriculture purpose. Being an Indian, we call the Jugaad model. We had a basket fitted, let's say, let's try it. And success, we actually managed to deliver food. I think I wouldn't say that it was the best model. I think it was a great beginning because we didn't have enough of drones. So I wish I had 2,000 drones. Then I could have delivered breakfast, lunch and dinner to every house. But I just had about 40 drones. And with that 40 drones, we did do a pilot. And I think it clearly gave us a direction of what India can do. And we're seeing other nations use drones to kill people. But I think India shows the way of how we can use drones in terms of relief and rehabilitation. So I think there's a lot of work that we've done there. Saying that, the second bit was the entire rehabilitation. So relief was done. How do you pay money? How do you rehabilitate people? Again, we put all the models out. We had a sandbox. All the images of the water from CCTV, from our drone footage was put out there. We had all the education institutions across the country and in Andhra Pradesh take a look at it, give us suggestions, start working on the models to tell us at what day, what level of water was in which area. So based on the amount of water outflow to the terrain, to where it's getting discharged, we could understand that better. So our rehabilitation, the money we were giving, it was amazing. We did this entire thing. 15 days after flood water receded, we doled out the money. And it was all done through online. I mean, online because thanks to Aadhaar, every bank account is connected. So we were able to marry technology in that sense much better. But saying that, I think it's very important to go back to the field. And that's something that Mr. Naidu used to do every day in the evening. So he would go out for 4 hours, waist deep water, jump in, understand, did things get delivered or not? Then feedback would come to us. I was manning the control room. So he would say, okay, food didn't get delivered in this house on this lane. And here's the lat long. And then we had to send the food. So I think that's always required. I think you need a feedback loop. The human loop is always required on how much of a technology you might have. So I believe we have a model to handle such crisis, not only for Andhra, but for the nation. And one task we have taken up as a state is we'll get about 2,000 drones in the agriculture sector. A lot of the spraying, the pesticides and so on and so forth actually can be done using drones. And then during an emergency, we can pull it out and use it for relief activities. So I think it's a great learning experience. And as a country and I think as a nation, we're just learning on how can we use this technology far better.
I just want to stop here for a moment and just applaud the incredible work that the government and the next to a brighter subject, Amravati project, something that I know the Honorable Prime Minister, Chief Minister is very, very passionate about. It could be, or should be, India's first ground-up AI capital, full of technology, built on the best plans, sustainable, everything that we can dream of. So if you could tell us a little bit about the vision behind the Amravati project, also called Amravati.ai, which is a very interesting subtitle for a capital city. How is it going and what is the vision? Because investors would really like to understand that. It'll be a state, a capital that will compete with several very important capitals in the south.
With other capitals in the world. We're going to compete with other capitals in the world. Right. And that's our aspiration as a state. So as a state, we got bifurcated in the year 2014. So we are the new state, capitalist state. We started our journey from scratch. And Mr. Naidu is known for building cities ground up. An example of that is Hyderabad. So Hyderabad was built by the Nizam, Secunderabad by the British, and Cyberabad by Mr. Naidu. He has a great contribution in that. So he's known for it, and he brought the same vision, but he said, let's do this from scratch, and a completely green field. And the beauty of this project is not just the technology bit, but the human angle, where not even an acre was owned by the government, it was owned by the farmers. So we pooled the land from the farmers, where developed land went back to the farmers. So how do you make farmers part of this growth, the economic growth that we're going to deliver? So and that's very unique in that sense. And we started off with that project. It is going to be India's world-class city. It's going to be all green powered. It's a city that's going to have district cooling system, like how you have power, water coming and gas coming home. You'll actually have air conditioning coming as service. So we're looking at various efficient models that have been deployed across the world that can enable us to leapfrog as a city. That's one part. The second part comes to the entire knowledge bit. If you look at it, we already have India's premier institutes like SRM, VIT, already having campuses there, and they're creating world-class students, faculty coming out of that area, and more campuses are going to come. So that's where the entire knowledge economy is going to get kickstarted. And saying that, as a government, we are very passionate about real-time governance. We did this in the past between 14 and 19. But now things have changed. Now government can be in your phone. So why should you go to office? And single question is that. So when you push a button, you're able to watch a movie. When you push a button, you're able to get a cab or groceries or lunch or dinner. Why can't government be that responsive? And that's a straight question that I get asked by the Honorable Chief Minister. Saying that, phase one, we're working with various platforms, and the phase one, we intend to deliver about close to 100 government services via any platform to your phone, number one. Number two, we want to use AI, and we are in talks, we are actually piloting it. And there are amazing examples of how AI can sort of improve the efficiency of government delivery. And the various instances where I believe we could have done much better than we did in the past. So you'll see in the next 100 days AI being deployed in governance, and also helping ministers, bureaucrats take decisions. So we already started this project where we have a digital twin for every minister. And based on the entire social listening, based on the feedback from various sources, it would advise that these are probably the 5 areas you want to pay attention in this week. So we're giving these insights to the ministers, and then we have this entire feedback mechanism. We understand sentiment across various ministries far better today. So 100 days from now, I think I'll be able to present it actually in front of everyone. And then we want to then go down, have a digital twin for every member of Legislative Assembly, so they can understand better what are the pain points, what are the things that we need to now focus on.
So 2 quick points. Firstly, knowing Mukesh, he would tell me that if you're going to do that, please do it at US India Forum, the 100-day plan. We would love to have you over and have you present this to the investors. They would love to see this. We would be honored if you would do that. And again, ladies and gentlemen, remember, Amravati.ai not competing with the best capital cities in India, but with the world. That's the ambition, that's the plan. It's quite incredible, and thank you for sharing that. You spoke about knowledge hubs and universities and Andhra Pradesh's Knowledge City initiative, which is focusing on knowledge, and also looking at building these world-class universities. I can count 4 AI universities: skill, sports, and logistics. Could you elaborate a little bit of the plan here and how it plays into the vision that you've just described?
So we're now working with private universities, global universities now to come and invest in our state with a clear vision of what should come in which district. So one university which got added to the list was the entire Civil Aviation University. So we're working with GMR, which is the world's second largest private sector airport operator. And we're working with them on actually building a civil aviation university in Visakhapatnam, because that's where we believe that it can be the hub for it, and where 25% of the global workforce can actually come from Andhra Pradesh. Logistics is going to be closer to where the ports are. Nellore is one district which has a good number of ports. We want to do it there. So with a very sectoral focus, we are now encouraging industries to universities to actually come, start their campuses in Andhra Pradesh. And I'm fortunate to have both hats, Bharat and India. So Bharat hat is the Human Resource Development Ministry. India, of course, is the IT Electronics Ministry. So I'm lucky to have both, and I'm able to steer in terms of policy and what is required. So I keep saying, one size does not fit all. That's quite clear. Things have changed substantially. And what we can deliver is speed of doing business. And as a state, if you see a lot of institutions that wanted to become deemed universities, we created a policy for them to do that. And a lot of universities that want to start from scratch, it's going to be tailor-made for them based on their investment, the sector that they want to enter in Andhra Pradesh.
My last question before I ask you to just make a general comment to the investors in the room is that Mr. Naidu was known to be ahead of his time. The policies that you've just spoken about, all of them seem to be either keeping with time, some ahead of the time. At least two of them that you mentioned, there are first initiatives anywhere in the world competing with the best capitals. What do you see as the challenges in getting to this vision over the next 5-year period?
As you rightly said, Mr. Naidu is always ahead of his time. And as a political establishment, we tend to put the cart ahead of the horse. And you've seen subsequent elections, we have not been able to win. And that's something that we take as strong feedback for ourselves, that continuity in governance is equally, if not more important at this juncture for our state of Andhra Pradesh to see our vision through, number one. Number two, whatever vision I've shared with you is something that I've already discussed with the electorate, and we go back for constant feedback, and we will involve them in the entire process. And the last bit, I think even the political class or the bureaucracy, I think the last 5 years was a slumber. So I think it's taken us a bit of time to wake everyone up and say, let's move. And with a kind of renewed interest and energy that Andhra is now witnessing, creating that momentum is going to be very critical for us as a state. I think these are the clear three things that we want to go about delivering. And I'm sure that these three delivered, then Andhra Pradesh should be the first $1 trillion economy in India.
Thank you. You have some of the largest investors from the United States in this room, existing and potential. What is the message that you would like to give? What is it that you would like them, the process in which they can engage with the government? Few words for the delegates who've flown all the way to be in this meeting.
Thank you very much again for having me here. I'm honored. See, Mr. Naidu is a veteran. This is the 4th term. He's the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh. But he brings renewed energy. Just to give you an idea of the kind of mandate we got, out of the 175 constituencies we contested, we won 164. That's a 92% strike rate. It's the highest ever even we've witnessed. Saying that, out of the 164, 88 of us are first-time members of Legislative Assembly. In his cabinet, 17 ministers are first-time ministers. So a lot of fresh faces, a lot of energy to do good. All of us are raring to just get going. Andhra Pradesh is, as I said, a very long state, which lends itself very well for decentralized development with clear sectoral focus. As I already stated, we believe in the power of ecosystems. And we are here to deliver on that ecosystem. A lot of work has already been done between 14 and 19. It could be renewable energy, it could be the automotive, the mobility sector. Electronics manufacturing is another great area where a lot of work has already been done. Biofuels, aquaculture, pharma, then you of course have the entire medical devices manufacturing, the IT space. So the state lends itself very well for investments across all sectors. And the beauty of our state is we can potentially be a net zero in terms of carbon emissions as a state. Sheerly because of the 72 gigawatts of renewable energy that is going to come online by the end of our term, which is 2029. So as a state, we are competing with other states, no second thoughts about it. But one thing I can promise to you in Andhra Pradesh is speed of doing business. That's something that other states cannot promise. We will deliver on that. As ministers, we are very committed to it. So every investor who's knocked on my door, we have a WhatsApp group that we create, and then we are in touch with them. And every week we update the investor on what has happened, what needs to be done, what are our hits and misses for the week, where have we fell short, and how are you going to make that up? Because your investments ticket sizes have increased. I mean, now $1 billion investment seems to be a norm of the day. But then a week delay, a month delay, or even a 6-month delay of your project is just going to throw your business plan out of the window. So we understand that, we appreciate that. So we will deliver on the speed of doing business, and we're here to deliver. And last point, for us to deliver this, we have recreated Economic Development Board, which is being headed by a young IAS officer. And we have his entire team under him is coming from the private sector. So veterans from that industry are going to come, join the Economic Development Board. So they'll be your single port of call and your point of contact. And anyone investing over $1 billion in our state will have a dedicated person from the state sitting in your office. and delivering on the promises that we have made to you. So I request all of you to look at our state. Please come. You will see the renewed energy that we have, the great opportunities across all sectors. It could be the new capital city, it could be our port, it could be our big data, it could be the petrochem, chemical, the entire pharma ecosystem. There's amazing opportunities out there. So I request all of you to take a hard look at the state of Andhra Pradesh and definitely give us an opportunity, and believe me, we will deliver much, much better than any other state in India. So thank you very much for having me. Jai Hind.
There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, a young political leader, clear vision, focused on speed, inspirational and on point. Please join me in giving him a big round of applause.
So thank you, Shri Lokesh and Mr. Bhatia, for such a thoughtful and insightful conversation. We're now going to turn our focus to another crucial topic, strengthening the U.S.-India defense ecosystem. It's my honor to invite Shri Sanjeev Kumar, the Secretary for Defense Production at the Ministry of Defense, to the stage. And with him, I'd also like to request Dr. Vivek Lal, Chief Executive of General Atomics, Mr. William Blair, Vice President and Chief Executive for Asia and India at Lockheed Martin, and Mr. Jeff Shockey, Senior Vice President, Global Relations at RTX, to join the Secretary, along with Sonia Singh, the Editorial Director and Anchor of NDTV Dialogues. Okay. Repeat it. Okay, if we could have our speakers join us on the stage, please. And lastly, let me welcome Ms. Sharmila Bharatan, President of Government Affairs and Policy at GE Aerospace, to introduce Shri Sanjeev Kumar and provide some scene-setting remarks for the discussion.
Good evening, everyone. The global defense ecosystem is rapidly evolving, and it's driven by three things: technological advancements, emerging threats, and shifting geopolitical dynamics. And India, with its growing defense needs and its commitment to enhancing self-reliance, is emerging as a key player in this space. And through its initiatives like the Atmanirbhar Bharat, Self-Reliant India, and the Defense Production and Export Promotion Policy, the Indian government is fostering an ecosystem that encourages indigenous defense manufacturing while embracing international partnerships to strengthen capabilities. This session will explore how India is positioning itself as a hub for defense innovation, manufacturing, and strategic partnerships. And with a special focus on US-India defense cooperation, The discussion will cover topics such as joint ventures, supply chain reliance, resilience, technology transfer, and the role of advanced technologies like AI, machine learning, quantum computing, and cyber defense. And it is my privilege to introduce Shri Sanjeev Kumar, a seasoned civil servant with 31 years in the Indian Administrative Service. Mr. Sanjeev Kumar has also served as the chairperson of the Airport Authority of India during 2021 to 24, 3 years, when we have collectively witnessed major advancements in the country's aviation infrastructure. And throughout his extensive career, he's made significant contribution to various sectors which include rural development and public participation initiatives. He started his journey in Maharashtra, where he spent 16 years working on rural development projects, and additionally was the commissioner of GST in Maharashtra, managing the state's GST framework during 20 and 21. He recently took charge as the Secretary Defense Production in August this year. Please join me in welcoming Shri Sanjeev Kumar to deliver his remarks. Thank you.
My fellow panelists on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. Thank you very much for inviting me here. I'm really privileged to be here amongst you all and address this very important event, India Leadership Summit, organized by US-India Strategic Partnership Forum, and also meet the board members of USISPF led by Sri John Chambers. Under his dynamic leadership, USISPF has been working very closely with business and government leaders in both countries and creating meaningful opportunities. They have been great partners of the US-India Defense and its strategic partnership. This particular event, USISPF India Leadership Summit 2024, offers a vital platform to strengthen the dynamic strategic partnership between Washington and New Delhi. The key priorities currently focus on enhancing supply chains, advancing AI and next-gen technologies, bolstering defense ties, and expanding bilateral trade between US and India. With the August gathering of senior cabinet ministers, USISPF's board delegation, global business leaders, and key policymakers in this summit for a discussion on strengthening trade in various important sectors, I am confident that our industrial and trade engagement will scale new heights. India and US together are formidable democratic forces which can effectively work for peace, prosperity, and stability in the world. Our Honorable Raksha Mantri visited US in August 2024 and described India and US as natural allies, which are destined to be strong partners, and this collaboration is going continuously, improving continuously. India-US major defense partnership has emerged as a pillar of global peace and security through joint exercises, the strengthening of defense industrial cooperation, annual 2+2 ministerial dialogues, and other consultative mechanisms. We have made significant progress in building an advanced and comprehensive defense partnership in which our militaries coordinate closely across all domains. The launch of dialogues in new defense domains, including space and AI, will enhance capacity building, knowledge and expertise sharing in these emerging areas. The strength of US-India defense relationship is eminently visible, with India being accorded Strategic Trade Authorization 1 STA-1 status and designation as a major defense partner. Successful completion of the Communications, Compatibility and Security Agreement, commonly known as COMCASA, and signing of the Industrial Security Annex. These are other important milestones that reflect the commitment from both the countries. We have also recently concluded concluded the Security of Supplies Agreement, SOSA, which will support a resilient supply chain and allow participation of industries of the both countries in the supply chain of respective countries. It is heartening to see that many US companies in aerospace and defense are having significant presence in India in the area of vital manufacturing fields. Interaction between the business of both the nation is also increasing in defense and aerospace segment, both in terms of numbers and also volume of the trade. Landmark signing of an MOU between General Electric and Hindustan Aeronautical Limited for the manufacture of G414 jet in India is a key milestone. Our nation's desires to accelerate defense industrial cooperations lead to adoption of a defense industrial cooperation roadmap, which will provide policy direction to defense industries and enable co-production of advanced defense systems and collaborative research, testing and prototyping of projects. Initiative on Critical and Emerging Technologies, ISET, will further support sharing of core technologies, collaboration in futuristic technologies, and fostering deeper cooperation in critical field. We have also formed US-India Defense Technology and Trade Initiative Group, which seek to elevate US-India defense trade from a traditional buyer-seller dynamic to one of co-production and co-development partners. India now has created a fairly well-established ecosystem for startup and niche technology providers in defense and aerospace sector. A number of industries, including MSMEs and startup R&D units, are now getting involved to provide solution to the defense needs. The industries of both the nations can collaborate in adoption of the technologies and sharing of domain knowledge, which not only boost defense manufacturing, but will also create job opportunities and establish resilient supply chains. We invite you to invest in defense aerospace apart from various other sectors such as healthcare and infrastructure. We have raised the FDI cap for investment in defense sector to 74%. India has also established 2 defense corridors, one in UP and another in Tamil Nadu, to encourage production of defense equipment and platforms. I would like to invite US defense companies to take advantage of India's investor-friendly climate and start manufacturing in India. I once again thank USISPF leadership for their commitment to advancing India-US economic partnership. May the USISPF keep scaling new heights. Once again, I thank all of you to invite me and give me opportunity to speak to you. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for this insightful remarks. And I think it's really set the tone for this evening's special dialogue on the India-US defense partnership and how crucial it is to actually establish a secure future. So you actually said you wanted to invite top US defense companies, and we have representatives of all of them sitting here this evening. So let me start with you, Mr. Blair. You just heard Mr. Kumar speak, make the point that India is open to doing business with US defense companies. And I think what's been really crucial, which we've seen in the last years, is how the top leadership of both countries, now this is at the level of Prime Minister Modi, President Biden, the defense minister making his first visit as a new cabinet minister to the US, and key agreements being signed, the reference to the SOSA agreement. What do you think, as we see this relationship really accelerate and go into top gear, what are the top 3 things you'd like to see happen, and how would you respond to Mr. Kumar's invitation?
Well, I'd like to first start and recognize the tremendous progress with these foundational agreements. We could not collaborate in terms of bringing our best technologies and the collaboration, transfer of technology, co-production, co-development in India without the accomplishments over the last 8 years. I think you have to start with what's the foundation we have. I was with Vivek Lal here in 2006 when the first defense offset policy was being implemented. And we as US companies had to find a way to position for major procurements, a fighter competition at the time. And at Lockheed Martin, we established a joint venture with Tata, two actually. The first was Lockheed Martin, making in India, making for the world, producing C-130J empennages as the sole source, and now we've delivered over 225. That was a catalyst for the private sector defense ecosystem. Sikorsky did as well on S-92 helicopter cabins. And you know, we did that out of opportunity, not offset obligation, as everyone thinks. It was out of opportunity. So I have to take us back to, you know, an earlier foundation that was set that allowed us to sit here today and look at the vast increase in production in India, and for the world.
Mm-hmm.
And now to where we're, I think in India, the 50% of our defense exports are going to the US. And so that's allowed us now to be in a position. So to answer your question, what do we need to do going forward? We need to take it to the next level.
Mm-hmm.
We have to take it up to the platform level. And when we look at a platform, we bring the platform and our tier one partners.
Mm-hmm.
And that brings a level of transfer technology like the GE engine, which is foundational and transformational. And we see that opportunity, whether it's fighter aircraft, transport aircraft, or helicopters, building on the foundation of subsystems and taking it to a full delivered platform for India, for the world.
Mm-hmm. And Dr. Lal, I'd like to bring you in here because you've actually seen that journey, I mean, of course, based in the US, and we've gone really 360 degrees. It's amazing to see how far we've come from a time when there was, you know, technology sanctions and blocks, and to the kind of accelerated cooperation. And the building blocks of the whole India-US defense relationship have actually been completely reshaped. Now, we've had that major drone deal, which was cleared at the time Prime Minister Modi was in the US. It's now through Congress. How much do you think deals like this and this mega deal really, you got Sea Guardian drones, Sky Guardian drones, what's the next frontier and how transformational is this going to be for the relationship?
Thank you, Sonia. Yes, indeed. I mean, as I've observed the journey over the last 20 years and from where we started to where we have come, and as Bill rightly said, I mean, we've gone through various stages of this relationship, but certainly a lot of the building blocks in terms of the foundational agreements and, you know, India being part of MTCR and so forth, that has really catapulted to that relationship to being at such a stage that we are really poised at an inflection point for the future. I think the kind of collaborations is not simply built to print that's being envisaged, but actual entire platforms that can be designed, developed, and manufactured in India for the global export market. And so that's I think where the trajectory is going. Also, I think the trajectory includes relationships with startup companies, and John has mentioned that quite passionately in his remarks in multiple occasions, and we in the defense industry see that happening. The startup ecosystem in India is very robust. I think some of the players are doing, you know, world-class projects where we are partnering, for example, with an artificial intelligence company and a semiconductor company. And these are young companies with a lot of ambition, tapping into the global talent pool. And if I were to point to one segment of the Indian industry which I see the most potential, I would certainly say it's a startup ecosystem, because they bring a lot of innovation. And it's a two-way street. It's not only about technology coming into India, but some of the technology is going back to the US, and you'll see some of these startups with contracts with Space Force and other entities in the US. So it's very heartening to see, and I think innovation is at the root of everything we all want to be doing here collectively, and I think the future is very bright.
Mr. Shockey, if you could come in at this point. We saw, of course, the Quad summit meet also in the United States, and the Prime Minister talked of the Quad as a force for global good. But of course, the reality remains that we live in extremely turbulent geopolitical times. And at a time like this, especially for defense companies, for defense cooperation, security, collaboration, and ideas exchange, How crucial do you think this US-India partnership is?
Well, I think, first of all, thank you for the question, and Mr. Secretary, thank you for your opening remarks. For somebody who's only been on the job for a month and a half, it feels like you already have a firm grip of your portfolio, so well done. Sonia, to your point, as you talk about whether it's ISET or security of the supply agreement or major defense partnerships, as the governments come closer, what you really see is US industry and India industry coming closer and closer together. We as a company at RTX and our three businesses, Collins Aerospace, Pratt & Whitney, and Raytheon, we've been operating in India for about 70 years, so we have a long relationship. We've been manufacturing here for about 25 years. In fact, when I was here with this group last year, I think our employee count was 6,000 people. Just in the 1 year since then, we've already grown by 1,000 here. We've got plans to continue growing. If I look at our Pratt & Whitney business, 3 years ago, we had 30 engineers here. Today we have 700. In 2025, we're going to have 1,400 engineers. So we become closer and closer as the governments become closer. And I think it's an enduring relationship, irrespective of administrations. You see the United States and India, continue to have mutual interests, partnerships around the world, mutual security interests, and the ability to project peace and stability around the world, again, partnered with the industry as one of the leading forces. So.
I think that's interesting one, Mr. Gupta. It's great to have you on as well. And just that point really about the ecosystem of US and India, the defense ecosystem, and how it joins in as a partner really in a much deeper, much more abiding, and really a relationship which is now based on growing trust between the United States and India. How do you see the defense ecosystem playing a role here?
Sure, thank you for that. And first of all, let me apologize for being late. I had to step out for an engagement to speak with another ministry. Respectfully apologize to the Secretary. Look, I think as it relates to building the ecosystem, we have to be bold. The days of having an asset-light approach in the ecosystem for India-US collaboration, that's 10 years ago, right? You're not going to have a hotel suite office somewhere, parachute people in and out, and expect to succeed in this market and expect the US-India ecosystem to succeed, right? You have to be fully invested not just in some of the things that Dr. Lal was talking about, the ability to co-develop and design platforms here, but also fully invested in the long-term operational readiness of these assets, the sustainment. So we're talking about having the ability to train here in India. We're talking about having the ability to sustain and to maintain for MRO here in India. We're talking about the ability to develop an ecosystem of suppliers that support not only the Indian defense industrial base, but also the US defense industrial base. And when we talk about the suppliers, we have to be bold there as well. Look, both us, Lockheed, we have joint ventures with Tata, large companies like Tata, large relationships with Mahindra, with Godrej, with Wipro, with L&T, and on. But that next tier of Indian industry, the MSMEs, are also going to drive that ecosystem's growth over the long term. So we have to be bold and we have to make those investments to develop many of those. That might mean pulling them from other industries. That might mean going and working with an auto supplier and working closely with them over the course of 5 years to make them certified to come into aerospace, right? These are all investments of time, of treasure, and of experience. But I think if we can do that, it's going to pay long-term dividends.
And Mr. Kumar, we've heard all these different perspectives, but I think that important point on building up the trust ecosystem as well, and the belief that US defense industry is here to be true partners, that there's going to be a sharing of technology, training. What is India looking at when we are talking about building this as a deeper partnership, about creating a new ecosystem?
Well, thank you very much, Sonia, for asking this question. In fact, it's always better to understand each other very well. So US-India understand well. The requirement of India is understood by US and their industry doyens. Our requirement has been very categorically phrased by Honorable Prime Minister that we want to become Atmanirbhar, that is self-reliant. When we say we want to become Atmanirbhar, self-reliant, that means not only we should be amongst the nation which are able to safeguard our strategic interest and our territorial boundary, but we should continue to do in all situations. So we should be able to design, manufacture, develop, sustain our armed forces. And that's why the reliance on Atmanirbharta is there. Apart from the other goals of creating the ecosystem of industries, of cutting-edge level technology, which not only help defense industry, but also rub positively on the civil industry side, and creating the job opportunity in this country. So our objective is clear. We understand the US understand us, and over last many years, as has been shared by my fellow panelists, that there is a clear understanding of each other point of view and desire to work towards achieving those goals. And what we provide, as Mr. Gupte was saying, that we have big industry house, we also have very resilient MSMEs, startup companies, the organizations, individuals, research institute who can do a lot in the cutting edge technologies of AI, machine learning, and also in the space technologies. And we also have market, and we provide opportunity to create alternate, reliable, sustainable supply chain for the US industries, for their supply to the rest of the world, including US itself. So obviously, we believe that a win-win partnership is possible, apart from our goals as two big democracies, the reliable democracies of the world. Our other interests also allow us to create win-win partnership. And our industries are also capable to create win-win partnership to the US industries. I hope things are aligned. Now the requirement is to continue this process and take relevant decision at the relevant time.
Mr. Blair, if you could come in on that. You mentioned earlier about the importance of the foundational agreements. How crucial do you think the security of supplies agreement actually is when we talk about building this partnership? And also, of course, given the fact that for India, the Indo-Pacific remains an area of security concern, what do you think that this actually, the Prime Minister said this about Quad, that we're not a force against anybody. This is a coming together for a global good. How do you actually see that play out in the current security environment and the need for building the US-India partnership in that context?
No, it's a great question. You know, from a security of supply agreement, it's going to, as I said earlier, build on a foundation to take us to the next level in terms of two-way collaboration. And I think at some of the earlier panels, there are startups today that are contributing into the US DoD and Space Force. And that's a great exchange, as well as the investments that are being made here in India. But one of the things I'd like to address to the Secretary's comment is we talk about critical and emerging technologies. I think we need to talk about a critical need. And we think about resilient supply chains. We have a critical need for aerospace and defense materials. We heard on an earlier panel about rare earth metals. And there is capability today in India that I think through the foundational agreements, as well as the security of supply agreement, and I would suggest maybe through a public-private partnership, including universities, we need to take it to the next level, because with what's happening geopolitically, we don't have the same access to titanium, high-strength aluminum, rare earth metals in some of our neighboring countries that are not supplying. And that becomes, I'll say, a strategic need, a critical need, whether it's aircraft engine technology and producing here in India, and we want to meet, ultimately, the goal of 50% indigenous content. That's a high bar. If you look at the light combat aircraft, when that went into service, it was not 50% indigenous content. It had to stepwise get to that level. So I think we need to collaborate and look at how the policy adapts, and the government investment with industry can take us to the level of what we aspire to. I mentioned at the platform level, but really at all the systems level. It's going to take all of us working together.
That's an ambitious target. And I said, no better place to state it than on this panel. But Dr. Lal, you've been talking, of course, and you mentioned to me that you actually began at NASA as an engineer, and we're seeing what all the new breakthroughs are every day. We saw that, well, that parallel parking yesterday happening on SpaceX. But space and AI, which the Defense Secretary also mentioned in his speech as really the frontiers of the future. Do you think that's somewhere the US-India partnership can really get the early starter advantage?
I think so. I think there is great potential in space. I think you've seen greater interest in the United States, but also in India, and there are a lot of overlap that has been talked about earlier today as well. I do feel, just to footstomp something Salila and Bill said, from an indigenization perspective, MRO is going to be critical for a lot of the platforms, and the indigenization, as you develop the MRO, will be a catalyst to getting a whole supply chain put into place, as the Honorable Secretary has mentioned in his remarks, which is a requirement. And I think the same thing will go as we look at opportunities in space. And I know space is also going through its own policy changes to allow private sector to get involved more so in India. And I therefore believe there will be greater partnerships. And there, again, going back to my comment on startup companies, there are several startups in space in India that are now launching rockets of their own, and I see that as a growing sector. I do see space defense as another frontier that will come up. I think communications in space is going to be another area of potential joint collaboration, other than the manned space missions, etc. So on artificial intelligence, I do feel that it's like electricity. Artificial intelligence was around 40 years ago as well, but now you're getting the backbone infrastructure in place to be able to leverage it for something useful, and it will change the way we do business in almost all the sectors. But I think relative to what we're seeing some of the startup companies doing, and we are, for example, producing a joint product with one of the artificial intelligence companies for data dissemination and data management, which I think is going to be very important, especially as we talk about deterrence of war and deterrence of that situation in the geopolitics. I think one of the key parts of that is going to be how much information one knows, and intelligent information one knows, and that's through persistent surveillance. And I think AI has a big role to play in that.
Mr. Shawky, if I could really bring you in on this, India's focus on really Make in India, Atmanirbhar, and indigenization. How does that really play out with, say, what US defense companies and what they're looking at as well? Mr. Blair mentioned the high bar for us in India. It's fantastic to see the jobs, the local supply chains, the technology coming in. How does it play out from a US perspective?
Well, I think as we all struggle to recover from COVID and the fragile supply chains, I think as demand for our systems increases, we can't meet that demand in our US facilities. So it's not like we're taking jobs from one area and moving them over here. We're trying to meet worldwide demand, set up a resilient ecosystem so we have redundancy, so we have that security of supply chain. And I think it's a win-win. And I think both governments view it that way. And I know policymakers in the United States see it that way too, because we, along with a number of my colleagues, we continue to be asked to produce faster, to make more of them. And right now our factories can't support that, and our supply chain can't support that. So it's incumbent upon all of us to work together to meet that demand, meet that security need that we have around the world. So I think it's a win-win, and I think both sides recognize it. Now it's on us to capitalize on that.
Mr. Gupta, if I could just bring you in another aspect. I mean, we all live in a multipolar world now, and really it's a time when India especially is, as our foreign minister would say, it's really the India way. We're looking at global partnerships. We've seen many companies vying for getting a slice of the pie, as it were, in India. How do you think, what's different about the India-US relationship? We've talked about the shared democratic values. How much of an abiding partnership do you think? How strong does that make the partnership, and what's special about this?
Well, I think, look, as an Indian American, I grew up at a time when perhaps politically speaking, India and the US were in a bit of a different place. But interestingly enough, culturally speaking, the people-to-people ties were always incredibly strong. And what you've seen now over the last 25 years is the evolution such that you have strength across the board. And you have that trust that the SecDP was talking about earlier that has really developed and strengthened. And as you have that, I think it creates a tremendous number of opportunities. I think you've seen changes in policy, right? You've seen those foundational agreements and things like that Bill was talking about. But I think you also see you see comfort around things like intellectual property. There are places in the world where the U.S. and U.S. companies have had nervousness about that. That is not as much the case in our business in India. You see this incredible step up in quality of manufacturing. So tomorrow, the Indian Foundation for Quality Management is having its symposium here in Delhi. This is an organization that wouldn't have existed 15 years ago. But quality in Indian manufacturing is recognized by US companies. Let me just give you an example. The global aerospace supply chain, as Mr. Shaki just noted, is struggling, right? Especially also in the US. It's probably delivering somewhere between 60 to 80%, somewhere in there on average, on-time delivery. For most of the, I would say pretty much all of these companies that are sitting on the dais who have supply chains in India, I am almost certain that number is in the high 90s for all of us. It is breathtaking performance. And that builds trust, right? It is just comes down to performing, and Indian companies have done that. And so, that trust deserves to grow over time.
Mr. Kumar, I know you've just come in and taken just about a month and a half, but do you see this partnership as really the one which has the potential to scale up or touch new frontiers? Do you see we've had a very exciting last 3 years and suddenly a flurry of agreements in the last 6 months as well. What do you see as the big targets or your ambitions for this in the years to come?
It's difficult to quantify for me to quantify these targets, big mission. But as I see is the trust between two industrial cultures, back in USA, Mr. Gupta is saying that now US company are understanding that, are recognizing that the quality of output given by Indian companies. Our need for technology is very clear, and our desire to develop those technologies with the leaders in that technology in USA is also very clear. Our capability, we have demonstrated earlier, we will continue to demonstrate. So the way I see is that the relationship is going to be strong and strong in coming years, not only between government to government, but also industry to industry. And we are deepening that relationship by taking this relationship between startup and startups, MSMEs and MSMEs. I think that we have all the ingredients to manufacture in India, to develop in India, to carry out the research activities, not immediately, but down the line to develop the product which can be manufactured and supplied to the rest of the world. We have all the talent here. I hope in coming decade, we will see very, very strong relationship between US industries and Indian industries, not only in defense sector, but also in other sectors.
That's excellent to hear, and I'd love to open up this session for any questions. If anyone in the audience does have, we've got an absolutely fantastic panel here. I don't think we'd be able to assemble this anywhere else. So if anybody has any questions. Mr. Chambers, anything you'd like to ask?
If you call me John, I won't feel old. Very often we come and we say we want to do business together and we're building the relationship at the same time. Give each of us from the defense side some guidance on how's the best way to interface to you and your team. What would you recommend we do, and what would you recommend we do not do to be effective and develop that trust? And I know you've only had a month and a half on it, but I watched your mind. I watched your eyes when you're thinking. Give us some guidance in terms of helping us on that.
It's basically, I mean, though I have not applied my mind and I'm not very old in this job to really have that response come from my knowledge intuitively, that is not possible. But what I see is that what we need is very long-term partnership, roadmap, so that our goal of self-reliance, Atmanirbhar, become realistically possible. We should be able to see that. And also the integration of our industries, MSMEs, startup in the supply chain, so that they also meaningfully contribute and become capable. Basically, almost it's like that almost all of the students in the class are good, but some of them have that slight X extra.
Yep.
So we are looking for that slight X extra with your help. And if that can come fast, in a manner which is equitable, I think we are looking for that.
So you're not saying what you're not looking for, Mr. Kumar, what they shouldn't do.
In fact, what they should do, clearly narrate what they should not do.
Okay.
Isn't it?
Yes. Do we have any other questions? But Dr. Lal, do you want to, with your experience, and I said this, Salil, to Dr. Lal earlier, that I really think having Indian American CEOs at the helm of these companies is really such a great trust factor as well. So how would you like to chip in on that question as well?
And I've observed this in other countries too, but particularly in the US-India relationship, I think there are 6 buckets of stakeholders that need to come together to make the progress that the Honorable Secretary is saying. One is the political spectrum on both sides, and we have great alignment on that. The other is the bureaucracies, because there are different ways of doing business and in terms of acquisitions and on productions, so forth. The third would be the industry captains that are in the room, both on the Indian side and the American side. The fourth would be, I would say, often not much talked about, but the academics, the think tanks, and those, they may not show up on org charts per se, but they are very important in shaping the environment and so forth. The fifth would be the media, and as you know, the important role of media in public perception. And finally, the end user. So at the end of the day, if the end user, the Air Force, Navy, Army, require a certain capability, then all of these buckets of stakeholders come together.
I think that's very clear outline. I think Colonel Singh, you have a question. And do you need a mic? Oh, there it is. Yes.
Hi, good evening, Secretary. And in fact, this question is for, esteemed panelists here from the defense side. You know, we talk about co-production and co-development, and we do have issues of 50% IC content to be manufactured. When we are looking at co-production and co-development, there is always an issue of IPs that come up in. How do you feel we should manage this aspect of IPs? We can have thoughts from Salil and Bill and Vivek in case possible if we have time. Thank you.
Go ahead, Salil, sure. And then Bill, would be great to hear from you.
I'll start. I mean, look, IP, there's plenty of ways you can handle it, right? There's JV structures that give you some comfort on IP. I think there's 2 elements of it. There's comfort around the IP itself from a corporate standpoint. There's JV structures, there's subsidiary structures. Many of us have used those to get comfort around those. But then there's also, of course, the policy element around export controls. And I talked about being bold earlier, right? In order to enable co-development and co-production, each of us, from the Indian side and from the US side, we're gonna have to ask for what we want, right? There's gonna have to be some tweaks on the export control side to enable this IP tech transfer, this tech transfer. There's also gonna have to be some tweaks on the Indian side with regards to Indian subsidiaries and all of that to enable this IP transfer. So we're going to have those conversations and take them forward here over the next few years to make co-development all it can be.
Yeah, and I'd just like to add, I mentioned about building on the foundational agreements and taking the relationship up to the next level You look at under ISET Javelin, and you look at bringing and advancing the level of technology with what Vivek's doing with the MQ-9s and what we can do with, say, fighter aircraft. It requires a hybrid approach, too, and that's going to require a level of trust on IP, but it's also going to require a level of ability working with our governments on a government-to-government, deliver the technology or the data that may be held on a government-to-government basis. We need our systems and our companies to be able to work through that framework. We're living it today, right? We'd like to deliver Javelin on a land system. But to do that, we've got to propose our offering through a prime Indian company. We need to have our countries, our government-to-government process to allow us to deliver the data, deliver the price on a foreign military sale basis on subsets, because that's part of the total solution. And that's how we get to delivering the maximum capability. We got to find a way for our systems to accommodate that, remove friction from the system, like we like to say. And I think that's building on that level of trust, whether it's IP, transfer of technology, or data that's provided in capability on a government-to-government basis.
Jeff, final thoughts from you.
Well, I would just build on what Salil and Bill said. As our policymakers in the US and in India are given these new tools to try to move forward on different kinds of IP exchange, working together, we've got to change the mindset of the old way of doing business and become more creative, more flexible as a way to gain the momentum with these new tools. So I think there's a lot of upside, Mr. Secretary, for you and your role and for your counterparts in the United States, and clearly for all of us on the stage and for many of our colleagues in the audience. So I'm excited about the future. I hope you are with your new job, and we all look forward to working together. And one of the things you didn't say when you talked about what you wanted to see or not see out of industry, I think what it's incumbent upon all of us is meet our commitments, make sure we're delivering the capabilities that you and your services need and desire, and make sure we're doing it in a timely fashion. So we look forward to working with you as we move forward.
Well, Mr. Kumar and everyone on the panel, Salil, Bill, Jeff, and Vivek, thank you all for being here. It's an absolutely fantastic and I think very energizing and interesting discussion. Thank you, and thank you for being such a great audience. Thank you.
Okay, ready? So I want to thank Secretary Kumar and the panel for such a thoughtful discussion. We're going to take just a 2-minute break. The Secretary of Health is not here yet, and so she's on her way. So we're just going to pause for a moment while we wait.
Anil Gupte?
Salil.
Salil Gupte. We are talking about self-reliant India as far as the defense sector is concerned, and India and US are getting closer and closer. And I have with me Salil Gupte, who is the CEO of Boeing India. So good to have an Indian CEO in Boeing.
Thanks so much. It's lovely to be here, Vishal.
How do you find this opportunity with the oldest and the largest democracies getting together for a safer world?
Look, this is a collaboration that has been years in the making. As you think about the defense partnership between the US and India, it has strengthened tremendously over the last 20 years and has gone from zero to over 20 billion US dollars of defense industrial trade between the two countries. And it is very much a two-way street. So in the early days of the relationship, India had a lot of US platforms that came in, from Boeing, the C-17 transport aircraft, Chinook and Apache helicopters, big maritime aircraft, the head of state fleet that proudly flies the Prime Minister and the President of India. But at the same time, you had tremendous development of capability here in India as well. So yes, some of those products were made by the US, but today you have thousands of engineers here that are designing products not just for India, but for the world. You have Apache fuselages made here in India. You have 737 tail fins made here in India. And that's just Boeing. My colleagues at Lockheed Martin and General Atomics and Pratt & Whitney all have large industrial engagements here in India for the world. And I think that just shows the strength of this US-India industrial partnership.
So as a Indian CEO in Boeing, how do you find Prime Minister's vision of a self-reliant India? We need to get started.
I mean, it's certainly a goal that is part of his long-term vision, and it is one that I think is going to come to fruition in the very near term.
One last thing. IP is a big challenge as far as getting closer. So what do you have to say on that?
I think there's many structures that we have used to be able to solve that challenge, joint venture structures, subsidiary structures. Boeing India has an Indian company here, Boeing India Private Limited, where we do a lot of our work. And I think we're very comfortable with the IP protections that are afforded to us from those structures.
So you heard Sanjeev Gupte.
We need to ask you to move because we have to get started. If I could ask everybody to take their seats. Ladies and gentlemen, if I could ask you please to take your seats, we're ready to begin again. Next, I'd like to highlight the impactful work of the Saloni Heart Foundation. The foundation connects families of children with heart conditions to leading cardiologists and cardiothoracic surgeons worldwide, providing free second opinions and guiding them to the best possible treatment options in India. It's a philanthropic initiative that we, USISPF, as an organization, support, and we strongly believe that a lot of people in this room would also be interested. So we're going to have a short video.
Similar to US best children's hospitals like UCSF Benioff Children's and Stanford Children's, Saloni Heart Center will be developed with public, private and academic partnership.
As a CEO, your leadership drives change. Here is an opportunity to leave a true legacy that goes beyond business. You can save lives by directing your company's CSR fund towards children's heart health care while taking tax breaks. Whether you donate to Saloni Heart Foundation, a 501c3 US nonprofit, or to Saloni Heart Center India at SGPGI, this is your moment to build legacy of compassion and innovation by investing in the future where every child has a chance to live. With your company standing for hope and humanity, act now. Your impact today will define tomorrow.
Thank you. So, yes. It's a wonderful initiative, and if you have any questions, Millie and Himanshu are sitting over here. I encourage you to speak with them outside. So it's now my honor to have Ms. Punya Srivastava, Secretary of Health, join us this evening. So I'm going to invite Ms. Nilima Dwivedi to introduce the Honorable Secretary. Ms. Dwivedi is the Executive Director of Public Policy and Market Access at MSD Pharmaceuticals.
Good evening, everyone. As I was introduced, I am Nilima Dwivedi and I lead corporate affairs function for MSD Pharmaceutical. MSD Pharmaceutical is a global biopharmaceutical company, truly, in fact, committed on patient and access to innovative medicines and vaccines. And it's really my honor to introduce Madam Punya Salila Srivastava, our Health Secretary. So this is really my honor. But before I introduce ma'am, I would like to initially, first of all, talk about, in fact, a little bit about the healthcare industry as a context setting. So the Indian healthcare sector is at a crucial juncture. Over the past few years, in fact, the government has made commendable progress. The first one, and I remember in 2013, when I had joined this industry, there used to be discussion in all the policy forum on universal health coverage. And now we have universal health coverage as Ayushman Bharat initiative, which is one of the largest, world's largest universal health coverage, covering more than 550 million, I believe, people. And now it is also getting extended to the senior citizen above 70 years of age. So this is really a great progress in policy space. In addition to that, when we talk about US-India collaboration, one of the key things which happened recently is under Quad was the launch of Cancer Moonshot program. Cancer Moonshot program, again, leveraging public and private resources to reduce the disease burden in Indo-Pacific region, and also the lives which are lost because of the cancer. How can we really reduce the burden? So that's the other thing where US-India collaboration is really working, and during our Prime Minister visit, it was announced in the US with the initial focus on HPV vaccination, HPV and cervical cancer. And few of the key commitments which India has made is the detecting tool for HPV. In addition to that, also in treatment and this HPV vaccination for the Indo-Pacific region. In addition to this, on behalf of pharmaceutical industry, I would like to just mention and appreciate government's effort in providing enabling policy environment to all of us, to the entire industry. And one of the key things which I would like to cite here, the recent announcement of basic custom duty exemption for life-saving drug is one of them, ma'am, which is really a welcome step taken by the government for industry. In addition to that, also the commitment towards preventive health care. There was also announcement made last year for including HPV vaccination for the girls. That is again, the industry is really excited about it, because if we really want to eliminate cervical cancer, again, one, of course, working through Quad and Cancer Moonshot program, but the other one, even in India, India has one of the highest disease burden. I think bringing HPV vaccination and the National Immunization Program is really a very, very exciting and great step, and we are really waiting for the implementation of that project. In addition to that, also, if you look at the regulatory side, there has been some very, very positive development. And one of the key one, and mostly I would just cite the latest one, is acceleration of the new drug launches. The drugs which have been launched in the other market can be accelerated now under Rule 101 and can be brought in India. This is really a great thing, especially to provide access to our patient. So these are a few of the things which I wanted to mention before I go to your illustrious career. So Madam Punya Salila Srivastava joined Indian Administrative Service in 1993 and is currently in the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India, leading initiatives aimed at improving health and healthcare delivery system. Before assuming this charge, Madam Srivastava was officer on special duty in Ministry of Health in the rank and pay of Secretary, Government of India. Prior to joining Ministry of Health, Madam Srivastava was Special Secretary at the Prime Minister Office. With a distinguished career spanning over 30 years in Indian Administrative Service, Madam Srivastava has held a range of crucial positions across various levels of governance. Madam Srivastava has served in pivotal role, including Deputy Commissioner, Commissioner, Directors at state level and at Union Territory levels. And she has worked in Ministry of Home Affairs as Joint Secretary and Additional Secretary, and later on at the Prime Minister Office as Additional Secretary and Special Secretary. In addition to her dynamic professional career, Madam Srivastava is a distinguished alumna of St. Stephen College, Delhi University. She completed both her graduation and post-graduation in physics, and which lays a strong academic foundation for which really complements her public sector career. Madam has done Masters in Public Management from University of Maryland, USA. And as we look into the future of healthcare, it's not today, but even in the future, it is really going to be the most important and going to contribute in every aspect of Viksit Bharat. And ma'am, we really look forward to your leadership in continuing in this direction and strengthening healthcare ecosystem in India further. And with this, I invite you for your special address.
So, Dr. Mukesh Aghi, President and CEO of the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum, my colleagues here, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good evening, and thank you for this opportunity to speak at the US-India Strategic Partnership Forum. It's been a long day for all of you. My day also started with some of the colleagues here at the International Conference of Drug Regulatory Authority, so it's been a long day for all of us. But I am so happy to be here and that you all are here to discuss this important issue of building a resilient US-India partnership for global health security. So India and US are natural partners. Vibrant democracies with flourishing academia and research institutions, common goals and values, and most importantly, a shared vision for the welfare of humanity based on the principles of equity, access, and mutual benefits. Friends, I believe that the greatest challenge to global health security arises from a mix of human, animal, and environmental factors. Population growth, rapid urbanization, environmental pollution, climate change, increasing antimicrobial resistance, and increasing risk of zoonotic diseases all threaten national and global health security. India, because of its huge population and mobile demography, has been tackling challenges such as providing healthcare infrastructure to cater to its diverse healthcare needs, interspersed over rural and urban areas, and a geographic spread that encompasses mountain and hilly terrains, great stretches of coastal areas, desert regions, forested areas, and other hard-to-reach areas. And expanding infrastructure as a result of rapid urbanization, climate change, and changing lifestyle habits makes India susceptible to both communicable and now more so non-communicable diseases. At the same time, we are tackling issues such as out-of-pocket expenditure due to lack of adequate insurance and rising costs of healthcare services, which may lead to many households facing unwarranted financial stress. With the integration of India into global economy, there has been increase in mobility of people and goods, transcending national and natural borders. No country is immune from health challenges that affect the other parts of the world, and the COVID-19 pandemic was a testament to this. India is determined to learn from the pains and challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic and to rebuild our lives, our economy, and strengthen our health infrastructure and services to meet any future challenges. In fact, the slight delay that I apologize for today evening was because of a meeting on this subject. Friends, India has always prioritized its healthcare security, and therefore, under the leadership of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, the Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana that Nilima ji referred to was launched in 2018. This is what we call a centrally sponsored scheme, which is the world's largest health assurance scheme for tertiary care, and it provides health coverage to over 120 million poor and vulnerable families. It provides benefits, as Nilima ji mentioned, to an estimated 550 million beneficiaries, which is approximately the most vulnerable, the economically disadvantaged 40% of the Indian population. This year in September, the Government of India has expanded this to all senior citizens aged 70 and above, regardless of their gender, income, and family size. So this will benefit 45 million families, including 60 million elderly population. This reflects our commitment to the healthcare needs of our elderly citizens who make up a large part of our country's population. To secure the health systems of any country, it is important to ensure adequate availability of skilled and competent human resources for health, who are at the core of combating healthcare challenges. So it gives me great pleasure to inform you that in the last decade, India has introduced many reforms in the sector of medical education. The Indian Medical Council has been replaced by the National Medical Commission. In 2021, government has passed two important legislations, the Nursing and Midwifery Commission Act and the National Dental Commission Act. So we are taking steps in bringing regulatory reform so that we set the educational standards that are uniform across the country and incorporate global level of competencies. So these reforms are also aimed at ensuring human resources, not just for our country, but to meet global needs. And in line with Government of India's commitment, we have sanctioned setting up of 157 medical colleges in those districts in India where there were no medical colleges. And now we are co-locating nursing colleges with these medical colleges. In the last decade, the number of seats for our undergraduate courses has grown up by 110% to over 100,000 seats in 2013-24. Similarly, the postgraduate seats in the last decade have increased by 118% to nearly 70,000 in 2023-24. We acknowledge that healthcare professionals from India, whether doctors, dentists, nurses, pharmacists, or other allied health workforce, contribute greatly to our country and also contribute with their commitment and dedication in other countries where they serve, including the USA. Our healthcare professionals are valued for their skills and competencies, and especially for the compassion and care of the Indian ethos that they embody and represent. As Madam mentioned, our investment in the pharmaceutical sector has ensured India's emergence as one of the global leaders in research and innovation, driven by a combination of robust scientific and technological base, strong government commitment and support, a thriving domestic market, and a cost-competitive manufacturing with adherence to global standards. As a result of it, the pharmaceuticals and medical device sector has become the fourth largest export sector in the country, and many of the contributors are there in this hall. India is the third largest producer of pharmaceutical products worldwide. India is also the largest provider of generic medicines globally, occupying a 20% share in global supply by volume, and the major supplier to both highly regulated markets and to low and middle income countries. Access to affordable antiretroviral treatment is one of the greatest success stories in modern medicine, and India is proud to play a significant role in this narrative, with more than 70% of the global requirements of quality antiretroviral medicines being provided by India. Because of the low price and high quality, Indian medicines and vaccines are preferred worldwide, making it the pharmacy of the world. 50% of all vaccines manufactured in the world are from India. And my colleagues who are there in the morning would be aware that 8 billion vaccine doses which are manufactured and distributed across the world. Of this, 4 billion doses were manufactured in India. So the contribution of the Indian pharmaceutical industry is evidenced by the fact that India has the highest number of US FDA approved pharmaceutical plants outside of the US. And I'm told that $219 billion saving to the US healthcare system in 2022, and a total of $1.3 trillion savings between 2013 to 2022 are attributable to medicines from Indian companies. In the context of India, our efforts have ensured that the healthcare Indians receive has progressively improved in quality, scale, and most importantly, in cost effectiveness. A study shows that the out-of-pocket expenditure, which is borne entirely by the households, has declined by 25 percentage points as a share of the total health expenditure over the last 10 years. Several initiatives, including the Ayushman Bharat Pradhan Mantri Jan Arogya Yojana, our Ayushman Arogya Mandir. Some of you, if you have a time, do visit some of them. Improving health infrastructure through the Pradhan Mantri Ayushman Bharat Health Infrastructure Mission and telemedicine through e-Sanjeevni have contributed to this positive shift and have brought essential healthcare services closer to rural communities, reducing the need for costly hospital visits. The strong India-US partnership in health sector is an example of how two strong nations can work together for the greater common good. The Indo-US health dialogue has been institutionalized since 2010 and has yielded several tangible results and ensured that the field of healthcare remains at the core of our engagement. We possess a multifaceted collaboration that aims to leverage each country's strength to address pressing health challenges, enhance healthcare delivery, and improve healthcare outcomes for their populations. The 6th Indo-US Health Dialogue took place in 2023, and we welcome our American friends for the next edition in 2025, which will be hosted in India. The 77th World Health Assembly has agreed on amendments to the International Health Regulations of 2005, aiming to improve global health security by strengthening core capacities like disease surveillance, laboratory strengthening, and other services to improve detection, timely reporting, and response to public health emergencies. And for this, we have to thank the American side for their cooperation in getting these amendments through. We are also thankful for the opportunity that India received to participating in observing the joint external evaluation of the US earlier this year. And we hope to augment our own surveillance and public health response capabilities using these observed experiences. Our mutual and shared priorities in the field of surveillance, pandemic preparedness, and antimicrobial resistance are underscored in the deep partnership between our National Center for Disease Control and the US CDC. So I'll add to some of the points that Ms. Dwivedi mentioned. India appreciates the NCDC and the ICMR Field Epidemiology Training Program, which was organized in collaboration with the US CDC, and over 200 epidemic intelligence services officers have been trained so far, with another 50 currently undergoing training through various programs. So as we upgrade our integrated public health laboratories and expand our capacities in surveillance and epidemiological studies, we will continue to engage with the US CDC. And the other sector where we've had a lot of cooperation is in developing resilient supply chains. And India's place as the pharmacy of the world complements United States' place as the research and innovation driver of the world. And our unique strengths provide us with yet another example of how both nations can work together. I'm happy to also note that India and US have agreed to initiate a joint strategic framework for optimizing the biopharmaceutical supply chain and for optimizing and strengthening global supply chains and to reduce dependencies on single-source suppliers through the Bio5 Alliance. Together with our friends in the EU, South Korea, and Japan, I believe that this alliance will persevere in its ambitious goals to ensure that the supply of raw materials, medicines, and vaccines are not disrupted in times of need. Further, as a part of the Indo-US pharmaceutical partnership, India and US have agreed to contribute to developing modern infrastructure, including production units, warehousing, and logistic facilities within the bulk drug parks, which are being set up across the country. So we intend to collaborate in R&D, invest in quality control and testing, and to promote green manufacturing. Our leaders have understood the impact of cancer and its role on public health, as Ms. Dwivedi mentioned. And in 2023, Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji and President Biden announced their commitment to accelerate the fight against cancer. This was the genesis of the India-US Cancer Dialogue, which stands testimony to our combined efforts leading to the first ever US-India Cancer Moonshot Dialogue launched this year in August. Partnering with the Department of Health Research and Department of Biotechnology here in India, this dialogue focuses on strengthening US-India biomedical research cooperation and jointly developing solutions to improve the health and well-being of the global community with a special focus on cervical cancer. It is indeed heartwarming to note that these partnerships have transcended the governmental sphere by involving individual research institutions, academia, and centers of excellence such as AIIMS and Tata Memorial Hospital. This initiative has expanded into the Quad Cancer Moonshot Initiative. Honorable Prime Minister, in keeping with India's vision of One World, One Health, has announced the dedication of a grant of $7.5 million to cancer testing, screening, and diagnostics in the Indo-Pacific region. As a partner of Quad, India will provide support for radiotherapy treatment and capacity building for cancer prevention in the Indo-Pacific. Several Indo-Pacific countries will supply from the supply of 40 million doses of vaccine from India under the Gavi and the Quad programs. We hope to continue this work with all the other nations. Going forward, we feel that India and US can collaborate to strengthen global health security by focusing on some key areas such as research and development in low-cost and rapid diagnostics to support disease surveillance. Our collective effort should be on public-private partnerships that can advance our common objectives of scalability, quality, affordability, and accessibility. Our partnership and investment in disaster-resilient and climate-resilient health infrastructure can also ensure that we develop low-cost models that can benefit the world and help us collectively fight future climate change-related challenges. Our capacities in technology and digital advancements, along with the know-how we possess, strategically position our nations to build digital public health infrastructure for our nations and the world so that we can use the technologies and digital tools to cut down costs, expand the reach of our services, and ensure, most importantly, equitable access. In addition, we can also work together to expand the Indo-US Vaccine Action Program, leverage India's manufacturing capabilities through technology transfer, joint research, and innovative clinical trial designs. So, as you're aware, our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji advocates Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, Sabka Vishwas, Sabka Prayas, which literally translates to involvement of all, development of all, trust of all, and efforts of all. This envisages unity in addressing global challenges, fostering inclusive, human-centric growth, building trust by acknowledging aspirations, and harnessing each other's strength for global good. I believe that strong India-US partnership can serve to benefit not just our two nations, but would serve for the greater good of humanity. I call upon the participants and friends here from both the countries to intensify joint activities and investments in key areas such as research, technology transfer, capacity building, and human resources for health, and strengthen this partnership to realize our shared goals. The Government of India, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, will welcome all such initiatives and do our best to facilitate whatever you take up. India believes, as you are aware, in Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which is a philosophy that the whole world is one family. Hence, we believe that the security of all depends on the security of each one. And it is in the interest of India, it is in the interest of US, and in the interest of the world that we continue to progress in this partnership. I thank you for this opportunity and wish you all the best. Jai Hind.
Thank you, Honorable Secretary, for sharing your vision of the US-India Health Partnership. Now, as we get set up again, unfortunately, it's my duty to inform you that the Minister of Commerce, Mr. Goyal, is stuck in a party planning meeting and won't be able to join us today. However, we will proceed with our discussion with two of our senior board members. So let me invite Mr. Frank St. John, COO of Lockheed Martin, and Mr. Michael Maybach, CEO of MasterCard, to join us on the stage. And I'll also invite Ms. Menka Doshi, Senior Editor of Bloomberg India. And finally, let me welcome Mr. Anuj Vermani, Managing Director of Johnson & Johnson MedTech India, to provide some scene-setting remarks for us.
Good evening, everyone. Dr. Mukesh Aghi, President and CEO, USISPF. Mr. John Chambers, Chairman, USISPF, and founder and CEO of JC2 Venture. Michael Maybach, Chief Executive Officer, MasterCard. Mr. Frank St. John, COO of Lockheed Martin. Ms. Menka Doshi, Senior Editor, Bloomberg India. Distinguished industry leaders, delegates, and representatives from the media. It is my honor today to deliver the scene-setting remarks for this inaugural discussion on strengthening bilateral trade ties, opportunities, and challenges. The relationship between India and the United States has evolved significantly over the past decade, transitioning from a cautious partnership to a robust and dynamic friendship. This transformation has been driven by strategic interests, common goals, and a shared vision for global prosperity and stability. Important bilateral and multilateral engagements that the two countries are participating in include IPEF, Quad, the recently concluded Commercial Dialogue, and the Trade Policy Forum. These are all helping lay the foundation for strengthening global value chains and enhancing the partnership between the two countries for economic prosperity and security. There are several exemplary partnerships that American and Indian companies have formed in a number of industries, including in the healthcare space, leveraging our collective strengths. Reconfiguration of global value chain supply presents one of the most significant opportunities, especially as COVID-19 exposed vulnerabilities in production strategies and supply chains across the world. Today, the industries linking their value chains globally across a range of activities from innovation, manufacturing, marketing, education, and distribution. And the US-India partnership provides a strong foundation to leverage and maximize this advantage. Now, India has a stated goal of $2 trillion in exports by 2030, and accordingly, our government has recognized the need to diversify its export base and further deepen participation in global supply chains and value chains. To achieve this, our government has played a key role through macroeconomic policies, through infrastructure building, enabling a regulatory environment that's conducive to this, and human capital development as all. Robust policies such as the PLI scheme, a focus on ease of doing business, have all boosted investor confidence, while at the same time, there are areas that continue to be opportunities to further the potential. The Trade Policy Forum and other bilateral discussions have led to some very encouraging and positive policy developments. Industry was heartened by the statement that emerged from the TPF meeting that was held between Minister Goyal and the USTR representative, Ambassador Catherine Tai, earlier this year, where both sides have committed to work and further resolve several bilateral trade and investment barriers, including the areas of intellectual property, market access, cooperation on digital trade and technologies, data laws, customs and trade felicitation, regulatory harmonization, QCOs, standards, pricing for medical devices, and many, many other initiatives. We have also seen very strong progress in areas such as intellectual property with the patent amendment rules, and positive steps towards regulatory harmonization, with India recently announcing the decision to join the IMDRF. We remain very positive and very hopeful of further dialogue on these topics, which will continue to boost investor confidence further. In closing, Johnson & Johnson has had the privilege of serving India's healthcare needs since independence, since 1947. We feel extremely proud of the legacy of innovation, skilling, access, and partnership we have in India. and impact for patients and augmenting growth of the Indian economy. As one of the world's leading healthcare companies, we advocate for policy measures that support strong, resilient global value chains that help and ensure that patients, providers, consumers all have access to medical goods, including during major public health crises. We remain committed to working together with several partners, including central and state governments, to continue to bring the best of Johnson & Johnson innovation and services to the nation. With this, I hand over to you, Ms. Menka Doshi.
Well, thank you very much. And good evening to all of you. You all have been a wonderful audience through the course of the day, and I'm sure you're disappointed as we are that the minister could not join us. But my two panelists have had a classic Indian day today. We were supposed to do the panel earlier in the afternoon. It got moved. Now we're short a panelist, but we're here and we're doing it. And so that's a little bit of the India experience. It changes, it shifts, but it gets done, right? This is what we're going to talk about over the course of the next 20-25 minutes. They are hungry, you are hungry, we won't take too long. But we're going to talk about each of their individual India businesses. Both companies, MasterCard and Lockheed Martin, have been in India for decades now. There has been a learning curve, and everyone here in the audience will sort of benefit from hearing of that learning curve. There's also been the opportunity to try and understand what India can do better. And we hope, since the minister is not on the panel now,
That's the
there will be
advantage,
some
yes.
candor in terms of that.
We can talk freely.
No, yes. I can talk freely. I'm hoping you can too.
Remember, we're on the record.
And then we'll try and get their views on the 2 or 3 current challenges that the world is facing, whether they're geopolitical and election related, or they're technology and artificial intelligence related. So with that, I'm going to start first with you, Frank. You've had a business that's been in India that spans the Hercules to manufacturing fighter wings. And I'm trying to understand how much more India growth can Lockheed Martin unlock? What are the current numbers in terms of how much you manufacture here and how much you hope to grow that by over the course of the next 2 to 5 years?
All right. Well, thank you, everyone, and good evening. We started in India a little more than 15 years ago. Mr. Ratan Tata approached our corporate leadership, and he had a vision to start an aerospace and defense sector within India. And we began working on a vision that included not only serving the Indian market, but serving the worldwide market. And over 15 years, we've been able to grow a supply chain ecosystem that includes more than 500 suppliers. We've been able to introduce those suppliers to the rest of our tier 1 supply chain globally. So now 70 to 80 of those suppliers are now part of the global supply chain for not only Lockheed Martin, but other companies like Northrop Grumman and Honeywell and so forth. And we've had significant success over the years delivering sole source for the C-130 empennage, now building 9G aircraft fighter wings, delivering cabins for S-92 helicopters. And we're just very proud of the progress we've made. But while we're very pleased with that, we're not anywhere near satisfied because we know there's so much more we can do. We're now looking to take the next step and start delivering platforms out of India. So delivering not just the empennage for C-130, but the entire aircraft. Delivering not just wings of fighter aircraft, but the entire aircraft. And also starting to work with our partners at Raytheon in being able to deliver munitions organically produced here in India. We think that that is going to probably increase our revenue and our export out of India by an order of magnitude. And we think that that's possible over the next 3 to 5 years. We see a significant expansion in the employment. We're very proud of what we've been able to do with women employed in our facilities. We're going to continue to increase that. And so we're just very much looking forward to continuing the growth that we've had. And as I said, order of magnitude more in years to come.
Can you put a number to that?
Well, we've had 700 million of exports so far. So
in 15 years?
Over the 15 years,
Over the
yeah.
15
So we think there'll be significantly more.
Would you put a number to that?
An order of magnitude.
Okay.
It's hard to say. It's hard to put a specific number.
Look, I'm just earning my dinner.
I
so.
know. It's very good.
All right. What is standing between you and the manufacture of entire platforms and munitions? What do you expect will be the challenges on that path?
Well, I think the challenges that we're facing right now are working through the details of how we do the indigenous content, what things we get credit for. As wholly owned subsidiaries and joint ventures, sometimes those entities are treated differently than Indian companies, so we want to make sure that we're on an equal footing with Indian companies in consideration of those things. We're also working through the different policy aspects of the acquisitions. Bill alluded to earlier the complications associated with some of the data transfer that has to move from government to government to make these things happen. These are all things that we know how to do, and the governments are committed to making these things happen, so we're confident it's going to occur. It's just a question of how long it will take to make it
Okay,
happen.
I want to come back to questions about building out that supply chain, the challenges you face there, but also actively get your views on some of the orders that are currently underway and where you see Lockheed Martin standing in that. But before that, let me go to Michael and get some thoughts. India has been, this fantastically growing payments market, financial services market. So you've got growth on the one hand, so attractive, and then you've got UPI on the other hand, which is this deep competition for you because there's no fee involved in it, and sort of it hurts the profitability of all other financial services companies. So what do you make of the potential growth possibility in India for companies like yours?
So there's tremendous potential here, and instead of talking about the journey, I want to talk about tomorrow. So tomorrow, I'm going to open MasterCard's largest facility in the world in Pune. We're going to have about 8,000 people. And the reason we do that is because there is tremendous potential in the digital economy in India.
Okay.
So I think that underlines that very clearly. Now, we've been in the country for 40 years. I promise I will not talk through every single year, but back in the day, we were all about cards, as the name indicates, and it was consumer card propositions, and it was essentially an off-the-shelf solution coming into India that didn't really cater to the local needs, at least of the larger part of the population. That worked well for a number of years. And if you just look over the course of the tremendous journey since UPI, you talked about it, Aadhaar and the India tech stack came into play, it has unlocked the power of a 1.4 billion people.
It has.
Growth opportunity for them, for their lives, their businesses, and we're on that journey. That is tremendous, and this is why we're investing into the future, because what we have learned here and what we're doing, what these 8,000 people are doing, is also looking at how do you grow in a market that's gone mobile first? I mean, how do you go into a market that has leapfrogged? Because India is setting the scene for many other countries around the world. So this is a very exciting chapter. You could take a view on this is competition, but then we might still be playing the same game. We're playing a different game. And India is a voice around the world. India is the voice of the global south. So we will see the India tech stack elsewhere. And we will engage, and we'll do that constructively and see, with this tide that rises everybody's boat, what kind of solutions can we put on top? And they will go way beyond consumer payment solutions. They go into commercial payment solutions, buyer, supplier, rewiring supply chains, as our scene setter just talked about. So fantastic growth journey. Before you ask, we never reported numbers on India.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. What are those 8,000 people in Pune going to be doing?
So what
Well,
will
that
they...
number you could give.
Yes, I just did, exactly. So this is now official. Actually, it would have been only said tomorrow. What are they doing? These are computer scientists, data scientists. They're innovating, they're building in partnership with 7 other global tech hubs around the world in kind of a network. We have them here because of the talent base, because of the tech ecosystem. A biggest part of our growth opportunity is engaging with the fintech community, and there's a thriving one here in India.
And they're going to be crafting products that you will take to the rest of the world.
Exactly.
Great. That answers one part of my question. It doesn't answer the second part, which is UPI. Because India is also a big market for MasterCard.
Actually, if I can push back on that, I did give you an answer. The answer is what has happened here is opening up a digital economy that wasn't there before. So the government stepped in to see, here's all these people that are not part of the digital economy. Increasingly, the digital economy is the economy, so we've got to pull them in. And that's what the government did very successfully. These are all people that come into a digital ecosystem and they will be looking for choice over time. So this is I would say, a public infrastructure piece like roads and railroads and so forth. But that allows people to move on those roads and allows us to engage with those consumers over time, as well as our customers, which would be financial institutions, fintechs, and so forth. So I find this is a unlock of a new model, as I said before, that wasn't there before.
Okay, great. That new model, can you give us any more details of how you hope to be able to serve this evolving India market? Not just build products in India for the rest of the world using the incredible talent that we have here, but actually service the India market in itself, because the payments business in this country has changed dramatically in the last decade. And how do you do that profitably?
Yes. So let's take a few sectors of the market. So this is one of the countries where you have the largest numbers of small and micro businesses in the world. They are, I would say, the powerhouse of India. And they are chronically underserved by the financial sector. Just making a payment from A to B isn't the answer. Using that data and allowing these small businesses to get credit access. That's, for example, something that we do, where we apply our set of services around it. Take cybersecurity. Everybody in such a large digital economy needs cybersecurity solutions. More than close to 40% of our revenues globally are from payment-related services that we can bring into India at a totally unparalleled scale than was there before. So there's a whole range of buttons that we can press. Fundamentally, back to the point of global supply chains, more and more companies will come into India, and, as rebalancing from China and various other things that are going on. And yet again, here you see a commercial payment sector that's been rather antiquated for decades. You would notice when you look at your commercial payments, it's a tremendous opportunity for us.
Okay, great. I'm going to come back to challenges in just a bit. No numbers, but before that, supply chain building, Frank. You have something called LM Ventures in India that has helped finance your supplier base and give them the opportunity to grow alongside the business that you provide them. What has that experience been like, both in terms of quality of manufacturing, because that's even more critical in your business, and the ability to achieve scale as your business grows in the country?
Yeah, you bring up a really good point about scale, because deterrence, which is the business we're in, is not just about capability, it's also about capacity and being able to bring the volume of deterrence at the same time, the quality of it. And so what we saw over the last 4 years was the fragility of the global supply chain when it came to defense. We had spent 30 years making it as efficient as it could possibly be. And then all of a sudden, when conflicts and COVID happened almost simultaneously, we realized as a global defense industry that we're not prepared to meet the challenge. And so the challenge that we're facing in our supply chain is, where do we find the supply base that not only has the right cost, but, as you mentioned, the right quality.
Right.
And we've been so pleased with the quality and the attention to process and the attention to detail here in the Indian supply chain. I was in Hyderabad this last week, touring the facility, and about every other employee I met spoke to me about the quality of the work that they were doing and pointed to the systems they were using to manage that quality. And so that means that the suppliers here are trustworthy. It's a place we want to make investment, we want to scale. I'm sorry, what was the second half of your question after quality?
Quality and scale were the two questions.
Oh, okay, quality and scale. And so, and I guess I'd say you might think when you talk to us about, we talk about C-130, we talk about fighter aircraft, But the supply chain in India is being used in all of our products.
Right.
So we're pulling things out of that supply chain and putting it into spacecraft, we're putting it into weapons, we're putting it into surface combat ships. And the great thing about the supply chain in India as well is that everyone here just about is a digital native. And the deterrents of tomorrow are going to be digitally enabled. Previously, deterrents were physical systems.
Right.
Newtonian systems. You had rockets that flew, you had ships that moved, you had airplanes. Now, the power of the data that we can share across those platforms is starting to create new capability for our customers. And in order to do that, you need a workforce and you need an engineering team that is comfortable with digital tools, comfortable with using artificial intelligence. I'll give you a good example. We recently had a situation in the Red Sea where naval ships were unable to see the small drones that were providing intelligence data on where the fleet was. And so we took the data from the radar systems back and ran it through an AI machine that developed new software for the radar. And then we loaded that new software over Starlink terminals to the ships while they're at sea. And within a day, they went from being able to see none of those small drones to seeing 99% of them.
Got it.
And so having a workforce of the future that understands the power of artificial intelligence, is comfortable working in that digital environment, and is able to bring those new deterrence capabilities to life is something that's vital to our future. And in India, we have a partner that has an abundance of that kind of labor and workforce. And so we're eager to do even more than what we've been doing.
Okay, you're in the running for a large medium transport aircraft order.
Yes.
Are you going to win it?
Well, we should.
I could
We
spend
should.
time beating around the bush, but you know, dinner.
So we should, and I'll tell you why.
Enjoying this too much.
So how are you making money again? No. We should win it, and I'll tell you why. Because the C-130 aircraft has been in service here in India for many years, and it performs fabulously. It performs fabulously at the high altitudes that are required up on the border. There are thousands of the aircraft in inventory around the world, and so that means there's a supply chain of spares and support that will allow the Indian Air Force to use C-130 effectively and efficiently for its life cycle. The other reason is because we've recently just established a partnership to do an MRO here indigenously in India. And our expectation is that that MRO facility will serve not just the Indian Air Force, but also air forces in the region who also have C-130s. And so we think the performance of the platform, we think the sustainment capability of the platform, and the fact that it's going to be largely sourced here in India, not only just the platform itself, but all the parts, we believe we're going to win this competition.
When will you know if you won it or not?
Well, that gets back to my issue of we're not sure. We know what the process is, we just don't know how long the process is going to take.
A little bit
so
like
we
our panel
anticipate
discussion
this will
today.
be within a year or two.
Within a year or two.
within a
Will
year
you
or
have
two.
to make any more commitments to manufacture in India to actually win it?
We do have to make the commitment in terms of the final assembly.
Yeah, which is already
But-
part of the,
yeah,
the
but-
parameters of the order. But beyond that, do you intend to?
But the infrastructure that we've built, the supply chain that we have here, along with the MRO facility, we believe that's more than sufficient to satify what we need to
And
do.
you see the scope for adding to that MRO facility, irrespective of whether you get this order or not? Do you see the scope as a large one?
Well, if the MRO facility will serve the 12 aircraft that are in the inventory today, as well as the region. If the Indian Air Force buys another 60 aircraft, then that MRO facility will be much busier.
So it will grow only if you get the order.
Well, I would say it's limited to the aircraft in the region
Got it.
and the
Yeah.
Indian fleet
You're
today.
also in the running for, India's potential order for multi-fighters, if I understand
Yes,
that correctly.
yes.
But that's not yet a more final timeline. It's not as close a deal as
That one's a little farther out.
further out.
Yes.
Your chances are good in that?
I think they're fantastic.
So India will be what part of your business, let's say 10 years down the line, both in terms of what you're supplying to the Indian government, but also what you're manufacturing here. If you can't give me absolute numbers, maybe a proportion of your overall book might help.
Oh my goodness, never do math in public, right? I would say India will become our largest defense export business.
Okay.
Outside of what we do domestically in the United States, India will become that largest defense export business. And I also believe India will be in the top 2 or 3 in terms of revenue generation internationally if we're successful in these captures.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Michael Shore, no numbers yet?
No.
None?
But
All right.
you can check in 5 minutes again.
I actually will.
Yes.
That's what they teach us in journalism school.
Just keep coming back.
Yeah, just keep going back. You spoke of, serving parts of the commercial transactions market
Yes,
or the commercial business market. I also did read that you've just tied up with, ADM to be able to reach some of your solutions to the agricultural community, if I'm correct. I want you to sort of quantify or expand on your previous answer about the India opportunity and doing business in India in terms of new segments. Like, will agri grow to be something significant for you?
Right. So, first of all, let's come back to the model and how it overall works. So, we provide payment solutions, and we provide a whole range of services that make these payments either safer or smarter or more insightful. Any one of the above. Cybersecurity was one example I gave earlier. We make our own payments safer, we make other people's payments safer, and so forth. So that is the model. It all starts with a transaction, a digital transaction happening. So with a significantly enlarged and rapidly growing digital economy, you have an underlying secular trend, which is a big part for our industry, very unique, where India has a massive secular trend. To produce more digital transactions, different business models. Your fintech ecosystem produces a whole different set of transactions that even didn't take place before. So earlier we had somebody on stage who was talking about micropayments in the gaming world. That's a big growth opportunity. Think about all the delivery services that exist. That might have been a cash payment at some point in time, but now it's multiple payments where somebody pays a restaurant, they pay again somebody else, an aggregator, a website, and so forth. So for the longest time, India is going to be a huge opportunity as a function of its scale. You talked about scale earlier, Frank. So that's a starting point. So if that's good, then we have to have solutions that make people decide to use our solutions within that. So for commercial, for delivery services, for the farming community. Is farming going to be huge? I don't know yet. But it matters for India. So what we decided to do is, yes, a farmer needs to buy seed, and a farmer needs to sell their produce. Okay, these are two payment flows. What is the problem that isn't yet fully solved? The issue for the farmer is price transparency. Where do I get the best price for my product?
Right.
The issue is also there's potentially a whole set of middlemen that obfuscate what the price is. If you do all of this in cash, you will have no track record to go to your local bank and say, I need to buy enough seed for the next harvest. So I don't have data, I don't have price visibility of any of that. That's what the MasterCard solution does. It's not a credit card. So it's something entirely different, but it uses the same technology that we have. How many farmers are there in India? Got them, I don't know, lots.
We've enabled 2 million already.
Yeah, so on the platform we have 3 million actually.
That's a number.
But yes, and actually that's been said publicly. 3 million are on the platform already here in India. This platform is now put into East Africa as well. So
interesting. So everything
we're doing
you've
the same
learned from
thing.
India,
So
you're adapting.
it's a sector that matters, and if it matters to India because we want to be a partner on the India journey, We said, okay, let's take a look and see how, with our technology, we can solve something. Go back into small business. We talked about that earlier. Actually, similar kind of opportunity, where you go and you take the data that a small business has, which is unstructured, and you turn it into a structured set of data that allows them to find customers more easily, to go online more easily. Once they are online, that they're actually safe through cyber solutions, et cetera, et cetera. Take the value chain of a small business. We put all of these solutions into kind of one box, like SME in a box kind of solution, and it levels the playing field. They can compete much easier against a startup that might have just been starting off as a very technical company or as a larger company.
So I assume that retail payments and commercial payments or businesses, small businesses, are two of the largest parts of your India revenue model?
So we've never really said that.
I'm asking.
Yeah, so I'm...
Would
let
that
me
be a
explain
fair
again.
assumption?
Let me explain again.
I'm just asking if they're two important parts of your India revenue model. Okay, great.
Yes, we are a payments technology company, and there's a range of services that come along with that. And this is really important to understand. It's about just under 40% of our revenue, and it's really important to note that if somebody else has another payment solution, we are ready to provide our cybersecurity solutions. We have a deep partnership with the Indian government on cybersecurity, for example.
I understand. But the reason I was asking, though, is not to doubt the gamut of products that you have, but regulation in India has been interesting over the last few years when it comes to financial services and the payments industry. Earlier this year, you had the Reserve Bank of India, which is India's central bank, I think clamped down on certain services that you and Visa were providing when it comes to exactly what you were talking about, services to small businesses or commercial payments. More recently, we've had a new rule come into effect in India where if I was applying for a credit card, I could choose the card company of my choice. Decades of building relationships with banks to market, cards in India, whether it's MasterCard or Visa, were put to waste with that, with that move. So I'm curious as to how you quantify the regulatory risk in India.
So earlier we had the secretary from the IT ministry on stage, sitting around about right where I'm sitting, and he said the following. He said, reform is a constant process. There's never an end to it, and that is so true. So in the Indian market, we have a set of evolving regulation. They come partly, there's lawmaking, partly it's the regulator, so all of this. There's new sectors emerging. We just talked about something where there is no regulation. Artificial intelligence, for example. So it's in flux. When you take the one last example that you just gave there, so you're providing consumers a choice. I think that's fundamentally a good thing. And consumers, in the end, make a decision on the basis of what solution do they like the best. This is the standard in many other markets around the world. So I find this, there is constant progression in the direction that India wants to go. The good thing that I find is you have a government, if Minister Goyal would be sitting, he would probably sit in the middle. If he were here, one thing I would say about him, so I'm part of the US-India CEO Forum, obviously here the work that the USISPF is doing. You have a government that's listening, that's reaching out to the private sector and say, tell us what works and what doesn't work. At the last US-India CEO Forum, the last session was, okay, where are the actions? What are we going to do? And that's taken away, and that finds its way into lawmaking, into a government approach, and we take a lot of comfort from that, which is why I'm opening this big facility here tomorrow.
So you're good with the regulatory environment?
I'm very good with the approach that, we're going to ask, we will consult, we will evolve. Okay. That's a very good approach.
All right. So one last final question, because both of you have already spoken of AI and the role it's playing in some ways, illustrative ways in your business. So the last question is the known unknown that we're all facing today, and this US-India relationship is facing as well, which is the US election. I'm not going to ask you who's going to win, but I do have to ask you, will this relationship progress at the same speed that it has or faster, irrespective of who wins? Or do you think comments, from the candidates, for instance, President Trump saying, India is abusing tariffs in response to the high customs duties we have in India, will that impact this relationship significantly? Frank.
So I will say that in our business, we think that the need for deterrence is going to continue and be a constant regardless of who's in the administration in the US. And we think that the partnership with India, the counterbalance to China in the region, the strength of the supply chain, all of those things are going to be constants on a go-forward basis.
Okay.
And so I'm confident that, that the momentum that we have is going to continue regardless of the outcome.
Okay. Can you tell us who you're backing? Well, lots of American CEOs have come out and made public their preferences.
No.
I mean, Elon Musk is on Twitter all the time, on X all the time, talking about who he prefers.
I don't have an X account.
You win. Same question to you, Michael.
So what Frank just said, fundamentally true from our perspective as well. So the geopolitical environment is the same environment for India and the US after this election. The fundamental balance where the world is between various powers at work, I don't think will dramatically change. There's been policy that's been fairly consistent between the previous administration in the United States and the current administration, so that hasn't so dramatically changed on the foreign policy side. From that perspective, I don't expect any dramatic changes as far as the India relationship is concerned. The other thing is, I come right back to the secular trend in a rising digital economy. The digital economy will power on regardless. AI will power on regardless. And that is what our company is doing. So from that perspective, we're not worrying about that either.
Do you have a pick between the two?
I'm a German citizen. I can't vote. Sorry.
If I didn't know better, I'd have said he rigged that. Well, thank you for being a fabulously attentive audience, but most thanks to both my panelists for waiting out the day and for a great conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Michael and Frank and Manka. It was like a 2 against 1. And you stood well. I just had a call from Minister Goyal also. He sincerely apologized. He was with his boss and they're working on Maharashtra elections, so he just got caught in that. So on his behalf, we apologize on that. But thank you. We had a great day today. We started yesterday with the Foreign Minister, Dr. Jaishankar, a good session with him, and then morning and afternoon sessions. I hope you found them productive. More important is all about engagement between the two countries and also trying to bring in investments and technology to basically power the 1 million new workers coming in the job market. So that's our mission, our objective. And I want to say thank you to John and our board for making the effort, coming all the way and basically engaging with all of us here. Once again, thank you. And we do have a networking reception. Please join us outside and look forward to seeing you there. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.